Streaming to begin. Here we go. Kia ora, good morning and welcome to this Monitoring Operations Committee for Tuesday the 6th of September. Good morning to our councillors present and those on Zoom. For those on Zoom, I've got Councillor McDonald, Councillor Thurston, Thompson, White. Yep. Can I firstly begin by an opening statement in live streaming and recording of meetings? Good morning. I remind councillors that the public section of this meeting is being recorded and live streamed, and the recording will be archived and made available on council's website within 2 days for a period of 3 years. Our purpose is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making and encourage openness and transparency. However, council accepts no liability for any individual opinion or statement. This is in accordance with council's live streaming and recording meeting protocols, which can be viewed on the council's website. I also remind all present that local government decision making affords no protection to councillors, council officers and the public for comments made during this meeting that are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. Councillors are on Zoom. Good morning, and a reminder to keep your cameras turned on and where possible raise your virtual hand, and if you wish to speak, keep your microphone on mute if you are not speaking. Firstly, before I call for apologies, and there are a few, I'd like to welcome our new GM for Regulatory Services, Ruben Gardner, to the team. Welcome along, Ruben, and pleasure to have you on board. As you'll be aware, Ruben is replacing Sarah. Apologies, please. I've got apologies from Shari.
We have apologies from Councillor Love, Councillor Thompson for early departure, Councillor White interim departure, Councillor Thurston interim departure, I think around 10 a.m. and also Councillor Iti.
Thank you. Would somebody like to move apologies be accepted? Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Brunning. All those in favour, please say aye. Yes, carried. Thank you for that. Public forum. We've got no public forum items not on the agenda. I don't think there's any other new items for the agenda. Order of business, there's no change. And any declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations?
Just in report on environmental grants, I'm actually a Rotary member of one of the organisations.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Neves. Right, moving straight into the minutes of the previous meeting held on 29th of June. If somebody would like to move, I'm just going to go through a few issues, Shari. Matters arising on page 9. You talked about improving response rates for pollution hotline. That's on pages 25 and 157 of this meeting. Also, on the page 13, we talked about Mount Maunganui Industrial Area update, and Reece gave us a update on the methyl bromide, and there's a comment there about methyl bromide fumigation reductions, a reflection of the fumigator's ability to meet recapture rates, but also a lot more logs are coming into the port that are already debarked and they didn't need methyl bromide. So we need that in there as well, because that's why there was a big reduction in methyl bromide use on the port, because there was that chart. We requested more information on Tauranga City, that the next Monitoring Ops Committee are doing on what work they're doing in the Mount Maunganui Industrial Area, and that's on page 177 through that attachment today. And for the Rotary Lakes Catchment Activity Update, because it's not in this meeting today, I'm really pleased that the Minister of the Environment, David Parker, has made a decision back to the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, recommending that the $6.5 million, this is an update as opposed to a minutes, but it's an update, that the $6.5 million for Lake Tarawera has been confirmed, and that Rotorua Lakes Council has voted last week to proceed with stage 1 of Tarawera sewerage scheme. So that's really good news in terms of the getting that underway, and the strategy group has done a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that proceeds. So, Councillor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wonder whether we can actually record that as part of your chairman's report, rather it'll get better recognition because it is a very important one.
Yep.
Rather than just as a minutes update.
Yeah, there was nowhere else to put it in, Councillor, so I've just included in there. So that was the minutes from the previous meeting. Are there any other questions, Councillor? Happy to move. Thank you, Councillor Von Daddelson. Seconded, Councillor Crosby. Any further discussion? I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Hence carried. Thank you for that. Now, moving on to our presentations. We have 2 this morning. One from the Western Bay District Council. This is on the Three Waters and the Marae offset reticulation progress update. And then the second one is on Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Wayne Henderson and Chris Napier from Kai Whakahaere Kaupapa Māori Strategic and Kaupapa Māori Manager from Western Bay's District Council. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome along to Monitoring and Ops. I believe you have a presentation, and Shari, if we could have that up, and good morning, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora, e papaki tuana ngā tai ki maua, i whakaneke hia, i whakanukunuku hia, i whia hotu, e whia rere hia, e hotu roa wahine roa ki te wai, ki tai rewe, ki tai wawa, ki te whaiao, ki te amarama, ti hei mauri ora. He tika rā ka mihi ake ki te mana kei runga i te tepu, ki a koe kei te whaia, tēnā koe, kei akuranga tira, kei roto i te runa, tēnā koutou, o te raki te tepu, tēnā koutou katoa. I just thought it was appropriate to open and acknowledge the mana that's around the table this morning, Mr. Chair, especially in light of the kaupapa that Wayne and I are here to present on behalf of Western Bay Planning District Council, but also acknowledging the work that we've done alongside Bay Planning Regional Council within the project. So kia ora tātou. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning to really close the loop on the project that we're here to talk about today. And so my name's Chris Napier, and I'm the Kaupapa Māori Manager with Western Bay Planning District Council. And some councillors around the table will be familiar with what we're talking about this morning, as we've been able to speak about it as we've gone through the various stages to get us to where we are presenting today. Having said that, I acknowledge that there might be some that haven't heard much about the project, so maybe just take an opportunity, Mr. Chair, to give a bit of background to how we got this project underway in light of what Wayne's going to present on to close the loop. So for Western Bay Planning District Council, this project started with some work that we did with All Tāwhiwhi Marae at Waihi Beach. And I think we all acknowledge that for some time, our marae have had issues around the wastewater systems that they have. And we noticed that with All Tāwhiwhi, and entered into a project that at the time was called Wastewater, where we tried to work with All Tāwhiwhi, Tuapiro, and Te Rere Atu Kāhia Marae, and central government to address some of the issues that we had identified at their marae with their wastewater. That particular project didn't get as far as we would have liked it to, but having said that, on the back of that work came some research that was commissioned by the Bay Planning Regional Council, and that work was commissioned to look at issues with wastewater at marae from a compliance perspective, because there was an acknowledgement that many of the wastewater systems were either outside of their consent conditions or had issues that were leading them to not meeting them. And that research didn't provide us with many surprises around the state of the wastewater systems at our marae. It gave a compelling picture about the need that there was to do something about it. Then we had to figure out, well, what does that mean to address the issues? COVID, for better or worse, provided an opportunity where the government was keen to put some money into shovel-ready projects to address community issues. And on the back of that, Western Bay made an application to the Crown Infrastructure Partners Fund to help us with a project to address those issues that had been identified through both our own work and the work that was commissioned by the Regional Council. So I think a big mihi needs to be given to the work that was done by both of our councils to identify the need and then work together to come up with a way to address it through the funding opportunities that were available. So we were lucky to get funding through that Crown Infrastructure's partner process, and Wayne will talk to what we did with that. It was in the vicinity of around $6 million and has been used across our district to address many of the issues that were identified. So I'm going to hand it over now to Wayne to step us through the work that was done in this project.
Thank you, everybody, and councillors and staff here as well. I was brought into Western Bay for this project. So the money we received was across many of our marae, about half the funding, and the rest was other council work. The good news, and I'll work through this fairly quickly, is we managed to overspend because we weren't going to leave any money behind and return that to the central government. And we actually had more marae come on board than we thought we would, some with late engagement, but most of the marae engaged, and most of the marae, as I've told many people, bit our arm off when there was the offer of an upgraded sewage system for those that required it, or upgraded consents. We inherited the consultants of the Regional Council had done the studies, and they continued with us as part of this work. So the relationships were already there. So I acknowledge Francis Curtis, or Dr. Francis Curtis Tenakori now, and Tricia Simonson. Francis is an expert on wastewater disposal from the Rotorua Lakes area, and she could speak with us at marae expertly about her marae and the pressure sewer versus on-site effluent treatment, and answer questions and just assist. I'm a civil engineer, so my background's more the pressure sewer pumps and pipes and those sorts of things. Projects that were submitted for that background work also gave us was it shovel ready? The shovel ready included a bit of design and let's get it happening and going from there, and that's what we were able to do with the background information. We haven't finished all marae, I'll talk about that later. Challenges, typical with most construction work at the moment, COVID impact and resources killed us, crippled us and put us behind. We did get an extension from central government on this CIP, funded, or shovel ready, or Wayne may refer to it as, but we got through and pretty much finished a few of them just after the mark. But we got the invoicing through in time to go through, so we had 6.9 million, our council's got about 7.4 million on the books towards shovel ready projects to make sure we got them done. And it was that late one of marae as well. There was just some that the tanks took 3 months to order, and it just took us time to get there. So we may have gone a little bit past, but we got the invoicing through in the end and got done what we could do. So tight time frames. Engagement with marae was one of the areas that took some time with some marae. Some were ready, some had plans. One marae already had a toilet block being built and a consent, so I just had to change the pump station type and enhance that to service the entire marae rather than just the toilet block or ablution buildings that were being done. So we installed septic tanks, large septic tanks on the marae to assist either the on-site effluent treatment or the kitchens and what the effluent discharge was, whether it was to on-site effluent treatment or whether it was to pressure sewer. Some marae had choices as to which sewage getting culturally fit with them because they were close to town, but could do on-site effluent treatment if required. Archaeology, we pretty much struck archaeology on most of our sites, and those delays, and just getting an archaeologist to show up and do your pre-report to get your archaeological consent to cut ground. Sometimes took quite some time. So these are the sort of challenges, but learnings for any future work is you've got to have all your ducks in a row, including procurement and archaeology and consents sometimes in place. The Regional Council's been wonderful with regards to their consent processing. You've been swift, and that's just helped enormously. It's not been another delay. So delivery times, meant that we took it right to the end of the project timeframe. I'm still working on the odds and sods now. We still have 6 months worth of looking after some of the systems, whether they be pressure sewer systems or on-site effluent treatment or offset systems. So some of those final wrap-ups, tidy-ups, reinstatement, a little bit of trench collapse here and there because it's been done right through winter when we didn't want to be doing the work. It's still going on today, so I'm still engaged in those works. So the Maunganui and Wastewater projects, as we said, 3.24 million towards them. I can't tell you exactly how much we spent, but we had more uptake than required. So some of the overspend's just going to come back out of our capital budget for water mains and other items because the money's gone to Maunganui, and that's a great place for it to go. 4 of the Maunganui were connected to Council's wastewater reticulation network. Te Rere Atakahi is one Maunganui where Maunganui, Kohanga Sports Pavilion and Haora and 23 of the houses surrounding the Maunganui was the largest project we were able to achieve in quite short time frames. Some of these short time frame works, we had some very good support from locals upon the Maunganui who acted as an intermediary. Council person shows up, often we're not trusted, whether it be the Maunganui, whether it be on private property. So to have somebody strong in the Maunganui that's trustworthy within their community, that works as an intermediary, saves me a lot of time and effort to get on to other jobs, to get other things done. So a friend of ours, Lisa Lamalangi at Te Rere Atakahi, is the big push behind that Maunganui and all of the community pretty much being wastewater serviced, which we didn't think we'd get done. It was a big ask. 22 houses, 23 now. We had some more come on board once they saw construction going on. And again, my biggest problem as an engineer, that project came in under budget, so hopefully the contractor's not watching. So we had a few $100,000 left, so we were able to do some fire mains and water mains to other parts of the Maunganui community there. So Public Health 101, fresh drinking water. There's spurs and connections for future connections, a pressure sewer and extension of those sorts of schemes. But there's no funding available for those sorts of things yet. But with Papakainga housing and other things coming on board, we enable those connections. We're a lot closer to them in the future. So this work's also had a foresight in preparing for the future. Our water mains, the fire main we put in was used 2 days after we put it in, because we have a lot of issues on Maunganui and some of the areas that are poorly serviced. They're still using heaters, or kerosene heaters and the rest, and they do have fires, and have the fire main there is helping from day 1 or day 2. So that was 12 systems. We were able to support them with on-site effluent treatment upgrades, or just consenting of the equipment that was there, or slight upgrades to the equipment that was there on some of these Maunganui. They were in place, but some of them now are able to flourish and do further work with the communities and have bigger events because of the improved quality of the effluent system. It's not a problem. It's not something that's hidden behind the shed during a big event that they don't want people to go around and see. They have systems that are humming now and work well. So our successful partnership, local contractors, Waitahi, Loveridge, Aquaholics, there's another few that probably haven't mentioned. There's other electrical companies and things that stand behind those contractors across various projects. And these contractors were quick to respond because we had other contracts with them, and our procurement system allows us to piggyback on top of a successful contractor. And the shovel-ready work had our normal purchasing requirements, but we were able to add on to its variations to other contracts. So we kept them engaged and we kept them humming and busy. And now they're back onto the water main work and other stuff that may have slowed down slightly because of the pressure sewer and on-site effluent treatment systems being installed. So partnerships with Maunganui. Again, there's consultants like BCD, Tricia and Francis, I've already mentioned specifically because of their hard work with the 12 Maunganui. I looked after the pressure sewer side and they pretty much looked after the other 12 sites. And our internal partnerships, our Kaupapa Maori team, and also the regional councils, consenting and compliance teams, and working with them. And we're still in have better relationships after this project because we're in communication still on an ongoing basis, but it's been built on a firm foundation of getting some good solid work done. Other reasons our Maunganui came on board was that previously they were subject to potentially excessive charges through pan charges, multiple pans, policies and those sorts of things. And our council, early in the piece, and our Maori kaupapa team worked hard to talk to our council and say nobody's going to connect on these maraes if you're going to charge them $3,000 or $4,000 a year on water use from the multiple pan charges systems. They often have leaks and that just adds to their bills. So now our council's changed policy for a single uniform targeted rate for wastewater, regardless of water use, and that was the tipping point that made some of the pressure sewer sites much easier to connect and much lower cost for our marae. Sorry, I just have to read my notes again. So it's based upon the affordability, and a lot of households found in Te Rere Atakahia, the affordability of the $6,000 connection fee was just there was no way of that was going to happen. So we had special council resolution to waive some of those connection fees. Normally that'd be half for Papakanga housing. Because this was all shovel-ready funded, the infrastructure was being paid for by central government, we were able to waive that and get 90% of the households going on board as well. Our marae, the picture that's on screen now shows various aspects, and pretty much you see Otafifi, the red dot at the very far end, at the very top of the scale, is the only marae we haven't physically done any construction works on. We've done archaeological. I'm still just tweaking the design to shave some costs down. The gold-plated system, or the really high-quality system, we just need to change some of the components with some of the work and items that we have left in stock from the shovel-ready work. And that marae is one that's ongoing. Our council has some funding set aside. I haven't checked to see if the regional council has some funding, but we hope to get a system in Otafifi marae as well in the near future, and working with them on a monthly basis and with one of the land blocks around there for future servicing of that land as a marae rising main comes through. Using pressure sewer technology, you can get sort of 40 houses or so on a 2-inch internal diameter pipe. So that's really, we put a 2-inch pipe through the land blocks either side, have that potential now to have Papakanga housing developed about the rising main that's put in for the marae. So it's a co-share arrangement. And that one land block's been kind enough to let the marae rising main come through, so we continue to work with those and put agreements in place that allows for some future development on the housing front as well. On the second slide, on the eastern region, not all marae chose to engage with council. Some of them were just busy. Some of them are very much protecting their kamatua with COVID and everything else and didn't want outsiders coming in. But again, they're marae that we went back and knocked on the door every month and said, are you sure you'd like to engage? Are you sure we can do something with you? So there's still 2 in the eastern region, but there's work to be done. We'll continue to ask with regards to what we tried to do is at least get a consent in place for every marae as part of this work. So we'll still continue to try and work with them there, but the funding's gone, so we've overspent on the funding, so that's not available for any work. And moving on to the next slide again, Chris. An idea of the sort of work that we did. Tawhitinui was in a position and very quick to respond to the improved on-site effluent treatment system. They had failing septic tank, it wasn't large enough. Some of these marae had old soakholes and old school systems that could only take so much on a large event at the marae. So they went in with a system, and we were able to work with some land holdings and road reserve boundaries and bits and pieces of impingement that had been placed around the marae in the due course of time, and get some of the drainage field on the road reserve and some of it upon the marae. And that's typically what you see. That's a grease trap we're looking at with the 3 lids. We put in grease traps to protect the on-site effluent system. So 4, 5, 6 cubic metre sort of grease traps to really make sure their on-site effluent drainage field stays in pristine health for as long as possible, and to be there for when it's needed. Many marae have space constraints, and we'll talk about those as we get on to the next ones again, Chris. Again, there were some marae, such as the 2 on Matagona Island, where one had no septic tank, but it had some buildings, so it couldn't be used. And Te Renga Hiri Hohiri, also had a failing septic system and was able to function. I believe both of those maraes are starting on some building development programs, and there may be an opening ceremony in the last week or so. So they've been again able to flourish, thrive, and start to develop around the infrastructure that's been put in place through this program. So there's more infrastructure and buildings and community use of the marae. This is more my side of things, being a pressure sewer pumping station. This is Tuturinga Marae. Oh no, that's that photograph is, yes, Tuturinga Marae. Again, it's covered in concrete, or we're preparing to cover it in concrete so it doesn't float out of the ground during the high rainfall that we get quite often. Pretty much with our very large marae, such as Tuturinga Marae, we put in the biggest tank we could to cover the biggest functions they have, because we do get power outages. I live up the coast, and if the power goes out, the last thing you want to say to a marae is, sorry, your event's got to move on or shut down. We can't cope with that. So we're able to store some very large volumes of flows to balance out large events at the marae over the days, and also to cope with power outages and the like, and just keep the events going without interruption, because the water keeps flowing, the bathrooms keep working, so they can keep going. Increase. Similar again, Makahai Marae, that was a marae that already had started their building a new ablution block and had a small pump station. So when we said we shovel-ready funding would cover way more of the marae to be serviced, the entire marae facility, and some future Kamatua housing sites on the lot, we varied the building consent very quickly, got about building a new system that covered the entire marae. So that's similar to Te Rere Atakahia, to Tuturinga Marae, and what we'd like to do at Otawhika in the future, in the near future. Typical things, that's how big.
Wow.
We went to the biggest, largest tank we could on the trucks sometimes, and there's some of the household tanks. Te Rere Atakahia had some of the on-site effluent treatment systems. We had some families that exceeded 20 upon some of the lots, so we had to put in some larger pressure sewer pump station chambers to cope with the power outages that we have had out there. We've had 2-day outages since the installation of that system. Council operates the pump stations on behalf of the marae and the householders. In a 2-day power outage, we have a generator and a magic plug that plugs into them, and we're able to pump them out using generator power to keep the houses flowing with their wastewater, so they can live normally even if they don't have power. Yeah. Water supply, this is below the river flats, the beach flats below Te Rere Atakahia. These are the lots that chose to be serviced with the water supply upgrade that came from the savings and the more work that was required and more design work to use up some of that shovel-ready money around our marae communities and slightly wider. So that worked out very well. That's one of our Tukatahi marae. It's a new slide to me. I've not been to this site. Council purchased a marae facility down on Ford Road, and a new effluent system went on to that area. So that's going to be a public use facility for the old marae buildings and the like, and the new boat ramps and all the other development that's going to go on out there. So that's there to service, and Coast Guard as well. So some of the shovel ready was used in between. Wastewater extensions, we've also done some work with regards to some of the areas in council's reserves that were on-site effluent treatment. Anzac Bay, quite a sandy area, it's near the coastline. Christmas, New Year's gets hammered with people, and so we've decided to also install pressure sewer systems to pump all of those reserves back into town. Not all of them are fully complete yet. Some of those reserves are undergoing development, so we have the pump stations ready to go for them. But the improvements there are environmental improvements for areas near coastal waterways with those reserves extensions of wastewater. Te Puna Village is one where I've had lots of communication with our regional council officers as they motivate the landowners to come across to our pressure sewer system that council's installed. They're required to and that blue line dictates the properties that must connect onto the pressure sewer system. So that was one scheme that was previously costed out with the treatment plant somewhere in the order of $5.5 to $6 million with land purchases and the rest. what we've been able to do is design a pressure sewer system that now pumps that wastewater sewage into the Omokaroa transfer main. So that transfers through to the Tauranga network. We meter the flows from that network, and we're billed accordingly on the wastewater flows generated. But that's one area where compliance has possibly been quite poor in the past on some of those properties, and your compliance officers have a lot less work to do. As most of those properties, there's more properties now connected. We've also connected to Puna Hall under the shovel ready funding scheme, and many of the ones on Minden Road are about to connect. Other items council's done under a shovel ready funding is some of our water treatment plant site improvements, especially around water quality monitoring. It's quite important. And so there was budget when this was prepared, this proposal with this workshop here, that there was budget remaining to be used on various projects, but we've since finished most of those projects and it's all been done and spent and then some, so that that overspend comes out of the capital budget back towards some of those waterworks and other bits and pieces. And I'll change the slide on that one, Chris. That's where the funding was meant to go. And there's been some extra jobs added on since that slide as well, and we've exceeded the 3.991 million of actual expenditure now that a few variations and extra water mains and other work's been done. So we're happy that we were able to exceed the requirements of the shovel ready funding, which puts us slightly ahead on our capital works budget when we transfer the projects back to the capital works program for this year, which is a nice change in a labour constrained market. And yes, that hints at some of the other works. There was some of the water main replacements up along State Highway 2 that's being done at the moment in the areas in the western part of the district towards the Waihi Beach, Tanner's Point, Katikati, which allows council to transfer water up and down the coast between schemes as necessary and improve flow and pressures. We do take bores, because all of our water supply is bore water. There's no surface take in Western Bay, and as a bore has to come out due to a pump failure or deterioration, it lets us shuffle some flow and supply around between the various zones to cover for them during winter periods where there's lower water use. UV treatment plant upgrades with UV and other quality improvements that just assure high quality of drinking water supply to the customers there. I think pretty much on the summary is we overspent. It's the easiest way with regards to the shovel ready funding, intentionally done so to make use of that funding across all communities, including the marae.
Is that the conclusion of your presentation? Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Chris. I've only got one word to say. Congratulations. Well, this is music to our ears that you've been able to do all that. And Councillor Von Dadelson has been a real stalwart in terms of our marae across the region. So congratulations to Western Bay. And yeah, questions from Councillor Clark?
Yeah, once again, yeah, congratulations, well done. I don't know who put those estimates in, but it looks correct when you're coming into them. But yeah, a couple of small ones. The life expectancy of the schemes, what are they, like 50 years, 80 years, 40 years? Any estimates in that space?
Pressure suicide, which is my expertise, I'm not an on-site effluent treatment designer, but the polyethylene pipe networks that councils roll up can easily last over 100 years for the pipe network side. The treatment plants and the life have a good functional life that should last 50 years. Again, they're typically polythene tanks with decent seals and lids. We do replace lids due to UV damage and the like. And the pumps 10 to 15 if they're well behaved, and most of our marae grease traps are pristine looking things compared to some commercial properties, so they should have a very good life.
And one other one, you mentioned the Kutaroa marae having no septic tank systems at all. I mean, how does a marae function without any waste disposal? I mean, that obviously is an anomaly in that space, but it is a concern that there was an existing functioning marae without any form of waste disposal, or did I get that wrong?
it wasn't functioning. Really, they weren't able to perform the functions they really wished to perform.
Yeah.
So it was just enabling works with good infrastructure allows them to go, and they had the building there.
Just on that, Wayne and Councillor Clark, so on the back of some of that work, Kutarua have secured a large amount of central government funding to rebuild their whare, their dining hall and their kitchen at Kutarua. So all of this work lends to them being able to close the whole circle around the work that they're doing there. And they did have their blessing ceremony for the start of works just a couple of weeks ago.
Good, come on.
I've got a lot of questions. So this is the lineup. Councillors Brunning, Nees, Von Derelson, McDonald and White. Councillor Brunning.
Yes, congratulations to Western Bay, but also to our staff for the cooperation there and to the communities out there. This is real music to my ear, having been a Western Bay District Councillor in the past, going back 30 years. And we only dreamed of some of these things. But now you can say, I think that Taronga Moana is serviced by reticulation in all its built up areas. And that's a major, major step. So congratulations to everyone. And it really, it's great to conclusion to my career as a councillor. I don't take much credit for it, but it was always a dream. And Councillor McDonald will agree with me that we worked away at some of these, and they were in the too hard basket for a long time, but it's been cracked, and it's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Thanks, Norm. Councillor Nees.
Oh, thank you. I just want to express my appreciation to Wayne and Chris for coming and giving us such a thorough presentation. It really is an excellent achievement and very good project management. The question I have is with regard to your summary, the rows in the spreadsheet that are red, are they projects that haven't been completed, haven't been funded? There's the Waihi Beach Wastewater Treatment Plant, and then there's some stormwater projects, Waihi Beach, 2 Mile Creek, etc. So do you know the status of those? And the reason why I'm asking is there's a very active group of residents that contact Norm and I quite regularly about wastewater, stormwater issues in Waihi Beach, and I just wonder, I'm going to be facing them shortly, and I just wonder what's the status of those projects?
Is this the 2 Mile Creek you want talking about, Councillor Nees? Yes.
Wastewater treatment upgrade.
I can't, unfortunately, I'm not the project manager for those. And Coralie Ertel, who would normally be given this presentation, who has all of that knowledge, has a newborn baby and is off work at the moment. So I get subbed in with Chris for the hard questions. Some of those projects had consent problems or start date problems that we're going to run over the shovel-ready areas. So they're still on the books as projects go, but we can't sub them into the shovel-ready funding. And we found we had many, with our councillors, the foresight for the years and years worth of, is there any assistance with our maraes? When the shovel-ready came along, it was the foresight of councillors and senior management there that put these projects together, and they had a whole lot of backup projects on our list that we just kept subbing in as some of our contractors gave us good prices and we weren't spending the money fast enough to keep things going. So they're still on the books.
Councillor Von Derelson, McDonald and then White. Councillor Von Derelson.
Thank you. Congratulations to both of you, Wayne and Chris. I mean, this is absolute music to my ears. I can't believe, actually, that you got the whole Western Bay. Sounds like there's only a couple of marae that are engaged. If you can confirm what is left to be done would be good. But for the amount of money that you've spent, for the amount of marae that it took, I think this is a fantastic outcome. And we got a report on the state of the Western Bay marae 3 or 4 years ago, and we were really concerned that action wasn't happening. But you guys, and luckily, government came with the the COVID funding came in. So can you just confirm for me that there's only 2 in the east that the maraes that haven't had any work done on them? Have you been talking to our cousins further to the east about your work to try and encourage the rest of the bay to actually use you as a template for what can be done in a very short period of time?
On the 2 marae out east, yes. Although we've had approaches with councillor, we've tried family members, and some of our team had family members there. We continue to knock on the door every month, but it's still open with regards to at least trying to get a consent for what's there and what condition they're in. I think they were possibly some of the better marae compared to some of the starting points that we had from that earlier reporting by the regional council. As far as going forwards, the CIP people were definitely interested, as we were really the only council that did this for our marae. And since then, they've done a trial on water supply projects for marae, small marae, medium marae, large pre-packaged water treatment plant, and a trial project. Some of those sites, I believe, are in the further east Bay of Plenty, and that was to come out of some larger funding, but it's only for water. I believe there will be future projects, but they've been talking to us about the hurdles that we struck about getting up to speed and then getting on a roll with this sort of work. So there has been some lessons learned, but not in the wastewater space for the future that we know of.
Can staff give us any indication as to whether, whether this model can be dragged further to the east into our?
Can we come back with that information?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, ngā mihi kia kōrua, ki te haramai ki te whakamārama o mahi I roto I tēnei kaupapa. Nō reira, tēnā kōrua. I share the sentiments of the other councillors, but I just want to remind council too that this project really came to the table through Komiti Māori almost 4 years ago. So it is exciting to see where we've landed, and the constant, just acknowledging Chris, the many meetings we had behind the scenes with Chris and his team about how we could encourage marae to hook up to the reticulation or improve their systems. And Chris, I also want to extend my thank you to Rachel Davies, who sat in those meetings to help us navigate through a process that would work. And, obviously it did. And now you're bringing the fruits of that work to us today. And I want to, thank you for the work of Western Bay, because Regional Council would not have been able to do it alone. So, this collaborative process and the success that you've shown us in working together and achieving what you've and what we've helped you to achieve, I totally agree. Let's look at how that can help marae in the other regions, which had been the intention of Komiti Māori when we suggested that the Western Bay be a pilot on how we proceed with upgrading the wastewater systems of our marae. So, again, thank you. I don't really have any questions other than to I guess, a request to our chair. We've had a report back from Western Bay. What would be useful for us is a report back from TCC, which then covers the whole of the Western Bay area of how they have progressed with this kaupapa as well. That's me.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. And yes, your request has been noted. Councillor White.
Ai, kia ora, he ngā rangatira e tautokona hau ngā mihi ngā whakaaro o mati moana ki a korua, mō korua whakāturanga, me o korua mahi pai I runga tēnei kaupapa. Hey, congratulations, adding to everybody else's kōrero, and extending the congratulations of our whanaunga from the Te Arawa Waka to you for such a sterling job. I'm just really, one of the things, the marae that I recall we had a committee Māori meeting on, I think it was Te Rere Atu Kahia, Marae and Katikati there. Didn't seem to be hooked up to many things. So it's really, really good to see them top of your list and brought into the family of connectedness. Because it seems like they had been around for quite some time, struggling with I guess the lack of these types of resourcing, and it's a real pleasure. And to me, it's a hallmark of this progress that they are on the system from my memory. So congratulations to you all and to all the staff as well for a sterling job. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Crosby, final question.
Look, again, thank you for the presentation and well done. It's amazing what a bit of capital in a compressed time frame does. My question is, and you touched on it a little bit, is, I noticed, when I was Mayor of Tauranga, our own processes actually inhibited connections. So, for example, if you had a marae that was just on the edge of, say, a rural area, could not connect to an urban network, did you have to break through some of your own bureaucratic processes to make stuff happen? You did it with the funding model, the connection, but what about the planning part? And is there lessons to be learned there about being overly bureaucratic to get something done?
Kia ora, Councillor Crosby, you made the point validly. I reflect on our work that we did through the joint agency group around public housing, and the intent of that was to support our people who are wanting to build on whenua Māori with all of the regulatory hurdles that we put in front of them, and get around the table together and address those. And that was certainly the approach we took to the work that needed to happen here. And Wayne touched on one element of it was around our multiple pan charge policy being a barrier for some connecting, but also, I guess, a mindset thing within council and how we approach getting these things across the line. And our view from a kaupapa Māori perspective is the end goal is we want to support our marae to live and have their facilities reflect well-being. So what we need to do is remove any barriers that we can to get them there. And I think the collaborative kōrero that's been referred to here is a real big part of that. So I just want to acknowledge all of the teams that were involved in getting this stuff across the line, and there were many people. And just one last acknowledgement to Wayne, he was at all those marae meetings, which was probably a new thing for Wayne, and I think as a result of that, he's built some really trusted relationships with our Māori community. So definitely a lot of work behind the scenes beyond the funding that was needed to get this across the line.
Thank you, gentlemen. I counted 7 accolades today from individual councillors, which is probably a bit of a record. So well done to you, your team, to our staff for, there's 8, 9 accolades actually coming up on screen. That's a bit of a record. So yeah, well done. Thanks to our staff for streamlining the work that we do as well and working in partnership with you. But yeah, real success story for us. Thank you, and yourselves. So thank you very much. Councillors, the next presentation, and we're running way behind time, but I thought we needed to hear the good news from Wayne and Chris. But the next presentation is from Graham Marshall and Carlton Bidwell. Good morning, gentlemen, and they're going to be talking about the Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital and being co-chairs. Good morning, gentlemen. Floor's yours. Turn your mic on, please, Carlton.
Koutou ngā rauranga tira mā. Me takuranga tira, Chris, nau nei tīmata, I raro I tomata nei tīkawa, tuku te whakaro ki te atua, ki a rātou mā o te moana kua wehe atu. Rātou hoki e takoto tonu nei ronga I ngā mara maho tauranga moana noreira, tēnei te piri atu rā ki a koe, takuranga tira, ki a koe, ki a koutou e te kauni hera, me o koutou kaimahi, e noho mai nei, e mahi tahi nei mātau I rungi tēnei kaupapa
biosecurity, kaitiakitanga, koutou katoa tēnei te mihi. I thought I'd add another accolade to Chris Zimmerman's work from a marae perspective, marae trustee perspective, while we're sitting here. I wanted to just give a quick mihi to the council on behalf of our marae and to Chris and his team for the work they did. And just note another perspective of the challenges that the council and Chris's and his team and Wayne's team had to deal with installing those schemes. It's the tikanga, kawa, tapu, and those sorts of aspects of installing a scheme, a wastewater scheme on a marae that had no land to accommodate it, and the ability for them to achieve that under the rules and applying tikanga Māori to the way they did things. But our marae did not have the land to accommodate it. And Chris, between the council and Chris and his team, Wayne's team, you guys came up with that solution for us. So on behalf of our marae and our hapu, we received several schemes with the full marae. So on behalf of our hapu, thank you very, very much. We would never have been able to get the capital cost to do that. It was a huge issue for our marae. Nor did we want to bring the southern pipeline into a rural area to service our marae and enable developers to urbanize the area, taking the chance to connect onto it. Was a huge bureaucratic RMA sort of issue we had to deal with as Māori. So having the ability to have the on-site schemes really work for our whole rural community. So kia ora, ngā mihi, and big thanks to the team on behalf of my help.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you today, and also to acknowledge your ongoing support for the Tauranga Moana Biosecurity Capital, not only from a funding perspective, but the huge amount of support we get from your staff. Do we have a presentation there? Thanks. So look, our vision, as you're probably aware, is leading and taking collaborative action towards biosecurity excellence. We know we're time constrained, so we'll flick through this quite quickly. We were launched in 2018, look, it really is a very successful collaboration between the groups that we've mentioned up there. It is a coalition of the willing, a network of networks, and an exemplar of regional biosecurity collaboration and partnerships.
TMBC, why are we needed? As you see, our markers on the screen on the presentation, having New Zealand's biggest import-export port, Auckland would challenge that statement. We know what's true. International import-export vessels, domestic leisure craft, international cruise ships, things like Cody dieback, myrtle rust, and then all of the emerging risks. And I suppose from our perspective, the public perspective, and tangata whenua's perspective, we need the independence of something like TMBC, certainly to fill the gaps between authorities and the public sector, iwi, hapu, mana whenua, and doing the mahi that's needed to be done to protect our region and deal with some of the current issues that the authorities sometimes don't have the capability and capacity to deal with. Things like myrtle rust, for example, is in a lot of people's eyes an issue that's hit Tauranga in a big way. some of our most iconic sites. But inside an authority, some of the focus on that is almost nil. That it could be too late to do anything about it. Long-term management is immediately the best thing to do, which is not the case from a tangata whenua perspective, from a public perspective. And TMBC gives us an avenue and a base to work on those issues that aren't being picked up by authorities, and it gives us a basis, gives tangata whenua an extra voice, dealing with these emerging issues as well. Brown marmorated stink bug, fruit fly, things like that, fall armyworm, which is a recent one, which has now become a national issue. That issue was sort of born out of Tauranga as far as the response. And our buy-in and our place in all of those issues has been largely born out of TMBC. So I hope the council can appreciate the need. We certainly appreciate the council's support and your staff behind the scenes. We've been doing a huge amount of mahi with the likes of Greg and his team on a huge amount of a whole sweep of issues. Some of our collaboration, biosecurity awareness and collaboration is huge for TMBC, and that's what we feel we're so proud ourselves on. We've got a huge collaboration across the motu. Capability building, networking, developing biosecurity champions is one of these are our pillars. Graham and I are privileged to be co-chairs of TMBC, and we definitely experience the fruit that's being born out of these 4 pillars, and the ability to spotlight on biosecurity issues and Biosecurity Week. We contribute to that hugely. Developing things for schools is always, we need to do things bigger and better as well. And some of those pillars, we're moving forward, want to expand bigger than we are. So the ongoing support from regional and national authorities is critical. These are some of the things that how we promote biosecurity awareness and tools we use in our collaborations. I won't go through them all, but next slide. We're in the process of scheduling the next biosecurity readiness and response workshop with MPI. We have had a few SIMS training events amongst TMBC, working with Biosecurity New Zealand and Assured Quality to put ourselves on the map as possible first responders to biosecurity responses in our region. So that's going well with MPI, and that's a niche sector that we've had the ability to provide training to TMBC members and supporters, and have that recognised by Crown authorities. Kaitiakitanga Wānanga, hosting biosecurity experts has been huge promotional and engagement activity for TMBC. And our putting nominations towards national biosecurity awards, and we've had a lot of good nominations, and we've had some success in the biosecurity awards for members within TMBC. We have a few things planned for next year, early next year, end of this year, field trip to Huamea Island. Which I don't think people get to experience the biosecurity effort that's gone in on that island. And what the fruit of that will be a good experience for TMBC members and others who want to become members. We always encourage more membership, including the likes of council members, whether that be individually or as councillors, and engage on some of the events, other events we run. Hoping to hold an event on Moa early next year. Yeah, I think that's where we're sort of heading into the new year.
Okay, so part of our co-papa is to develop biosecurity champions, school community engagement projects, and so we've run a number of awareness type things amongst younger people. The idea, the opportunities and the challenges are to tell the story, make it personal, identify and enable biosecurity champions, and get people to understand the risk, particularly in our natural estate, and improve the connection between science and the community. So just going to quickly run through a number of those campaigns. One was the Guardians of Forest Creative Challenge. This was run over the most recent school holidays involving kids between the ages of 7 and 14, school children. And it was really designed to show the importance of protecting the Bay of Plenty's Coatie estate from disease. And we asked kids to create a piece of artwork that captures the importance of our coatie trees and why we need to protect these ancient forest giants. And so the winning entry was by a 10-year-old who was showcased across the Bay of Plenty on a billboard campaign during the month of June. So the other one we ran was a great Tauranga Moana biosecurity hunt, and that was a campaign last summer and also through Easter last year. Based on the Pokemon Go game. I've never played it before, but anyway. We asked locals to track down 4 of the most wanted invasive pests using an app on their phones. And the idea was that families and kids could get out and learn how to identify invasive pests, what damage they can do to our environment and economy, and what to do if they saw one. 7 hunts in 4 locations, including Kati and Te Puke, and each completed hunt went into a prize pool that was drawn weekly. There were over 600 people who completed the hunts, and 10,000 people visited our website during that period. So we feel like we're starting to get real traction in terms of the cut through on this issue. The next one was a video competition that we ran. I'll show you just a few of those videos. Kids to showcase superheroes.
When you're next out for a surf or a swim and a feisty little nipper snaps at your tootsies, take notice of the Mr. Crab below your feet. He may be an unwanted pest. Snap a pic and send it through to our mates at Biosecurity NZ. They'll take it from there.
Breaking news. A region gripped by a world of fear and destruction where predators and pests run rampant.
This reserve has been struck by an outbreak of an invasive plant called fluffy nightshade. It is illegal to own and is very destructive.
So we can protect our native Coatie trees from harmful diseases such as Coatie dieback for future generations.
Make sure you clean your boat before and after you disembark on your aquatic adventure.
Biosecurity threats predators, pests, weeds and diseases that can make their way into the waterways, ocean, forest, industries and native birds and affect them.
It's as easy as scrubbing your footwear before a walk or washing the hull of your boat in between uses. The Bay of Plenty needs biosecurity superheroes so that everyone, local or not, can continue to enjoy everything the region has to offer.
We love our beach!
Many invasive pests pose a threat to New Zealand, such as brown marmorated stink bugs, Myrtle Rust, Cody Dyberg, and PSA.
We need your help to be biosecurity superheroes.
Being a superhero is helping out somebody's well-being simply because it must be done, even without reward.
Look, we could keep going on this for some time, but there's some fantastic entries and a lot of interest, and we'll be running that campaign again. So the other aspect of our program is to develop biosecurity champions through a school of community engagement. We're sponsoring biosecurity packs through the House of Science, and our support will ensure that at least 2 biosecurity-focused learning kits continue to be used in 38 schools throughout the Bay of Plenty region. And later this year, a number of our team will work with our Māori caucus to design and fund a new science-based biosecurity learning kit that will be available to the House of Science throughout the country. And of course, we've got the Te Ao Kino Taio educational program. I think we've talked about that before, but that's really about getting young people out into the environment, looking at how to trap and to identify and trap in the moana, particularly paddle crab, and to go through walks in the Ngāhere to understand airborne diseases, particularly or problems, particularly myrtle rust, which trees can be affected, etc. Yeah, that's we've just had our big symposium. We hold one each year. We had to postpone it last year due to COVID, and we aim to have a hui of national significance that really focuses on national and international trends and developments, but also to report on what our members are doing. And we've just held ours on the 30th of August. The theme was biosecurity reset, working together to strengthen the system. And it was very pleasing that we had 2 folk from Australia, from the Invasive Species Council, who had seen us on one of our forums and felt they wanted to come over because they want to work with their Indigenous people more closely, and secondly, they liked the idea of this community kaupapa. So it was wonderful to see them there. And I think most who attended would recognise that, or we've left in no doubt that we take our partnership with Tangata Whenua very seriously. Can I just acknowledge Councillors Brunning, Neves and McDonald for attending. We'd love to get your feedback on how you thought it went, and also to the staff from the Regional Council. Well, look, we've got another big year planned. I won't go through that program, but all I would say is that we have greater capacity now. We've got 2 part-time staff, and they are really powering through the work. So we believe that our reach is significantly being improved, and we're very excited about where we're going for the future.
This slide's just a list of our current funders, and we're always taking the opportunity to thank our funders, because if they weren't there and without their support, we couldn't operate. So they keep us operational, and each and every funder also has members on TNBC who put in a huge amount of work as individuals. They all have their niche in biosecurity. So they're our funding partners are very much involved in what we do and within their own particular industries. Our leadership team, you probably recognise a lot of those faces, and always take the opportunity to thank our leadership team and the members, council staff that are on the leadership team. And again, every one of these people dedicates a huge amount of their time, whether it be within their industry, their time they spend with TNBC and getting involved in our kaupapa. They're all biosecurity champions. And it's a good, solid team, through to the likes of Tim Fraser there from NPI. So that's our leadership team. And once again, always welcoming more support, more members.
So look, thank you very much. I guess two important things. We'd like feedback on what else we could be doing, and perhaps an encouragement from where we sit for you to work, continual work, close work with DOC and MPI. The more joined up, the greater the collaboration, the better this scope up is going to be. And also, how can we support you to put this biosecurity culture back through into your organisation? Because it's one thing to be outward, but it's also important to have it going back through your organisation, making sure they're on board as well. So thank you for your support in every way that you support us.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Carlton. Gosh, we've been inundated with accolades this morning. This is a really good feel-good moment as chair of this operation as monitor to have these two presentations of what we've been doing, helping you do your work in our community and getting some good vibes back. So thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. I've got questions. Yes, Councillor Clark, I'll come to you. I've got questions from Councillor Nees and then Clark. Councillor Nees.
Oh, thank you. Well, firstly, an accolade and a thanks to both you, Carlton and Graham, for providing the leadership as co-chairs and for coming to talk to us today. I always really enjoy going to your events, and I thought the symposium was absolutely excellent. I was sorry I couldn't stay there for the whole time. I guess what I find so exciting about your organisation and the way that you work is it's a really good model that we could perhaps roll out into other areas where we need very many groups and community, etc., to be working together. So perhaps sometime in the future, if there is some area where we think that would benefit from this sort of model to provide some focus and go forward, maybe it would be great if your organisation could sort of be the flagship to show this is how it can be done and this is how it is so successful. You actually preempted my question, which was what can we do to help you in your mahi? Because you know, just seeing all of those different people coming together with a shared focus and seeking excellence is really exciting. And I know our staff do an awful lot of work. But what if there was one thing that you would like us to do, what would that be?
Continue your support. But I think, and this isn't a growling, I think it's important, it's important that the councillors know and are aware of the amount of time we actually spend with your staff, trying to involve the expertise and a capability that TMBC as a group has in amongst it, and how we offer that and try and work alongside your staff with things like Wallaby Control, Myrtle Rust, Cody Dieback, and in collaboration with other agencies, and for you guys to really support that, right down to training that the council can provide. Warranted officers training is something we're looking at with staff at the moment. In our efforts to deal with containment and protection of our region against Cody Dieback and Myrtle Rust, it's actually a training and a certification that you need to do that job as a Cody protection officer or as an ambassador for those issues. So things like that, and really getting behind and supporting those things where we're trying to work with council, Wallaby Control, what we can offer to that in surveillance with the expertise we have on board with TMBC, right down to the science side of it, whether it be, we're looking at drones, we're looking at all those sorts of tools, almost becoming becoming a biosecurity agency, I suppose, with the expertise we've got on board. So, you know, that's your encouragement, your support and your awareness of the breadth of issues here in Tauranga. Our marine biosecurity issues needs refocusing on. There's a lot of issues there, but we're trying to work on a full scope, full range of issues alongside Regional Council, Department of Conservation, the public, and iwi and others.
Thank you, Carlton. I've got questions from Councillors Clark, Crosby and McDonald. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, tēnā koroa, tīma pato korero. Patai coalface, really. About 3 years ago, the brown marmorated stink bug and myrtle rust were almost, we were felt threatened by them. Where have we gone with those particular diseases? More invasive things here. What's the current status as opposed to 3 years ago when we were getting very paranoid about them?
I can speak to brown marmorated stink bug is still coming across the border, but there's a huge amount of surveillance and a lot of money going into the recognition by the public. Fortunately, we've had no breeding colonies come through, which has been good.
That we know
of. But so far, so good. But it's a matter of if, when, not if.
Myrtle rust? Myrtle rust, we have huge infestations of myrtle rust in pockets of the Kamai Mamaku range. Moa is, at my perspective, absolutely serious condition on Moa, and we need to do something about it. There is no response coming from the authorities on myrtle rust yet. They don't have a response mechanism. It's currently under surveillance / long-term management while they deal with Kodi dieback. But from a biological perspective, certainly from a Māori perspective, myrtle rust can wipe out the whole Myrtaceae species, up to 9 taonga species of tree, which Moa was covered. That's what stabilises Moa. We said this to the authorities in day one, that should those pōhutakawa die, you can see the landslips along the Kaimai ranges. The exact same thing will happen to Moa if it's overcome by myrtle rust and those pōhutakawa die. Moa will start eroding into the moana, and you'll have huge slips on those parasites and tracks, and that's the severity of it. So we are currently working with the New Zealand Biological Heritage Science Challenge in partnership with them on the issue. They have offered some resourcing to develop a strategy for our area, for our region, so that we're ahead of the game strategically than any other region, and also looking at a response, assisting Moa and the Moa Trust in developing some sort of response. We can't just sit here and monitor the hell out of everything or it kills everything. So that's myrtle rust. It's important that there's a lot of the public don't realise around things like marmorated stink bug. They hear we haven't had an incursion, which they think it means it's not here. Detection is what we've got. It's here. An incursion in the industry terms means we've found it breeding and it's multiplying and it's here. It's camped up here and it's breeding and multiplying. That's what the industry calls an incursion. But we've definitely had a lot of detections of marmorated stink bug. And in a sense, it's only a matter of time before two of them breed. Fall armyworm is the same. We found some eggs reported by a member of the public at a house, and within days, different parts of the public, Whakamārama, Mokoro, started firing in detection of these eggs, several different species. All of a sudden, within a week, it was found in Matamata on crops, and now it's from Northland, pretty much covering the whole North Island. that can be hugely devastating to the horticulture sector, along with marmorated stink bug. And if the two of them, something like two of those things take hold, massive devastation economically as well. So why are we here? TNBC. Those sorts of
Thank you,
issues.
Carlton. I've got questions from Councillor Crosby and then McDonald, and then we'll have to. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. I think in the second slide in, you touched on climate change. So I was quite interested in that. Can you give us a very quick overview on how climate change can impact on biosecurity that you're dealing with?
Well, look, it's just simply that as the conditions are more amenable to pests and diseases, they will establish here. And so it's as simple as that, really. And we will see more and more pests we never thought possible of breeding in this country establishing here simply because they can breed and thrive.
Well, armyworm is a perfect example. The authorities never thought it would be able to breed here. It obviously has with our temperature rise already. That's why it's been detected right across the North Island. So it could be attributed solely to climate change. Could be.
Councillor McDonald.
Kia ora korua, thank you for your presentation this morning. Just on comment on the symposium, I thought it was excellent. It was just it's just a shame that all our councillors didn't make it to the symposium, because I thought the presentations were brilliant. My take home, I guess, wearing my tangata whenua hat as well as my council hat, were the resounding expressions by the Māori presenters who were adamant around mana motuhake, and in relation to their being able to lead out themselves on projects that they thought that they needed to be in charge of. So I guess my question to you, while you've set yourself up as an agency, and particularly around capacity building for tangata whenua, what initiatives have you got on your books around where you're actually doing that? You're not actually leading yourselves, but you're actually supporting tangata whenua in projects that they're actually leading to care for the environment.
Places like our collaboration is the biggest thing there. How we work with the likes of ministers, the ability for Graham and I, the likes of us, to work with ministers around conservation and biological heritage and things like that, and the collaboration, being able to get the $19 million for the Kaimai ranges as part of our collaboration, and Norm was part of that. And Cody Dieback, we've managed to probably bring in, I wouldn't want to underestimate it, but probably a couple of $2 million worth of resources into the region for Māori, and Cody Dieback protection, and science, the ability to have scientists on board who get paid by Crown agencies to assist tangata whenua. There's a lot of the capacity building that people don't see that we've been doing. Technology, the likes of Ngā Manawa and Ngāti Te Wai or Tāwhiwhi and Kamawhaniua. They have working parties, I suppose, kaitiaki groups that are fully resourced, right down to having tablets, their own databases, GIS capability. Those are all not just coming out of Jobs for Nature, they're koha from other funding agencies that we've been able to negotiate. So each of those areas dealing with our coding have had couple of $1 million over the last 2 years in resources and capability through our collaborations. So that's just one example of what we're trying to do right across the board. And then capacity building, things like the training, SIMS training, warranted officers certification, ranger status with the Department of Conservation. And one of the big things we are doing is totally pushing new treaty partnership models. And we have the ability to do that too, being independent from an authority and promote that. Different models of treaty partnership with the likes of the Department of Conservation. That's going well. I've been asked to run seminars with the Department of Conservation staff right across the country on our models that we're using in Tauranga, not only biosecurity but treaty partnership. But it's all been, TNBC gives, you're well aware of what I do out there, but TNBC gives me the best platform to work on those issues. I suppose the same with Graham. So we're trying our best. Always takes buy-in from the government departments like MPI, Department of Conservation, to enable our people and capacity building.
Thank you, gentlemen. Once again, excellent presentation. I think we've been fortunate this morning to have two very good presentations. Thank you to the four of you for coming along, talking to us, telling us some really good news, and keep up the good work. We're all in this together, and you certainly caught our ears with both presentations in terms of the work you do on the ground, connecting with our communities, and you've got our full support. So thank you once again. Kia ora. People, I'd like to move on to reports. 8.1, the Chair's report. This is on page 18. You will have a break just after the Chair's report. Sorry, we're going to keep moving here. Just in terms of an additional Chair's report, I'd just like to come back to what Councillor Von Danielson said in terms of the update for the Rotorua catchment activity, just putting that in the Chair's report in terms of the announcement made for David Parker, Minister for the Environment, through to keep the $6.5 million for Tarawera as a subsidy for the Tarawera sewage scheme, and that the Rotorua Lakes Council agreed a couple of weeks ago to proceed with stage one of the main trunk line for those 550 homes at Lake Tarawera. I thought that was really good news, and good news from David Parker that he agreed with the strategy group in our way forward. So I'd like that in the Chair's report too, Shari. Just moving on to other items of interest in the Chair's report, there's a brief one about the Kauri dieback, State Highway 35 washout. There's an update on the Jobs for Nature and the National Environmental Standards for fresh water in terms of synthetic nitrogen, freshwater farm plans and intensive winter grazing, and State Section 360 for stock exclusion rules. And stock holding areas. We've got a resource consent update on page 22, 23, and some nice feedback again from customers who, through our regulatory coordination team. Matters of interest, Whakatane Boat Harbour proceeding, AFCO Renew and Addiction Pet Foods, some appeals there coming through, and we've got an update on the regulatory compliance update, especially in terms of pollution hotline and complaint response, because we wanted a bit of feedback from last meeting in terms of response rate, and that's on page 25. Moving on to focus catchment updates, I thought this was really pertinent in terms of an update of all those focus catchments right across the Motu in terms of work that we've done on the ground since 2019, works planned for next year in each of those focus catchment updates, And what I've got Chris to do for the next meeting of operations and monitoring is just sort of expand on the next 5 years in terms of our LGP for each of those focus catchment updates report cards. So I think that's, so any questions on the chair's report? Councillor.
Bottom of page 24,
Yep.
Can I just have an explanation around what the appeals were around Maunganui there to our rivers and drainage? What sort of issues were they?
Mr. Gardner?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Too many ribbons in the organisation.
Sorry.
So this was in relation to the rivers and drainage in-stream works consent. The concern raised by Naitarangi was around their involvement in decision making, giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, and there was debate that, you know, would you ever do something in a stream if you're giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai? So staff spent considerable amount of time working through conditions that would address those concerns, and so now the consent provides for a decision-making process for council and Naitarangi to go through together, and that has appeased those concerns.
My apologies, Ruben.
I'm sure.
Councillor White? Question?
Yeah, kia ora, Mr. Chair. Just under the Waihi estuary, there's a line there that refers to the Wahapua Waihi work in progress. Just to let you know that it's reached final document phase and sign off. So could look forward to some progress in that space. Pretty good bit of progress there.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any further questions? No? Councillor Crosby?
Just quickly note the Kaiti Falls area is progressing well, which was one of our hotspots. So looking forward to the monitoring of that moving forward to see. Hopefully there's some improvement.
Yeah, huge amount of work gone into that catchment. Any further questions? Okay, there's a resolution to receive the chair's report on page 18 with somebody. I'll move. Councillor Brunning second. Any further discussion? All those in favour, raise your right hand, say aye. Those against, motion carried. Okay, team, we're going to have a short break for a cup of tea and 15-minute shari, and we'll be back at 11, quarter past 11, please. Thank you. 20 past 11. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Ruben. You're the quorum member, Lyle, for this morning, so we're struggling to get a quorum, but you're number 7.
I'm here for the rest of the day, Kim.
Cool, brilliant. Okay, we'll recommence the meeting, and we're on page 34. This is the Regional Pest Management Plan Annual Report for 21-22 and the Operational Plan for 22-23. Mr. Gorbett, Mr. Grayling, Hamish, welcome. Good morning. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Chair, Moran and councillors. Just wish to table the report as read. Shane's just going to run us through a few highlights from the annual report. Hamish is here to support with any questions that might come through the marine or freshwater space.
Yep.
And also just noting that the operational plan there is there for the committee's approval. It has been just tweaked a bit to align the groupings of pests to the way we're now reporting, and also just to reflect the new annual plan budget and new funds from third-party agencies. So I'll hand over to Shane now just to run us through a short presentation.
Thank you, Shane.
Morning, councillors. Just wait for it to come up. So I am here to present the Regional Pest Management Plan Operational Plan Report for 2021-22. Some key statistics for the year, as you can see by the graphic, we currently manage 91 species across the program, so it is a very large program of work. Last year, we considered 96% of the programs to be on track. We undertook over 4,000 property inspections looking for invasive species. And you'll also note on the bottom right-hand corner, there's a graphic there looking at the compliance level. And while compliance was considered down compared to the previous year, a lot of that can be contributed to a large increase in woolly nightshade inspections. And it's largely non-compliance with first inspections. So over time, we'll get some really good statistics around re-inspection rates and the level of compliance of that. That'll give us a true picture in terms of the effectiveness of our compliance program. In terms of the long-term plan key performance indicators for the year, you'll see the percentage of regional pest management plans that are considered on track is well ahead of the targets. The targets this year was 85%. We're currently at 96%. Wallabies are no longer detectable at 57% of the satellite populations. That's slightly below the target, which was 70%. There are still a number of challenges that remain within this program, from failure to get approval for control teams on some private properties. There's still a bit of aversion out there, and unfortunately we had some supply chain issues this year that interrupted our ability to source pest control products, which is another flow-on effect of COVID. We were asked the question, where are the Wallaby satellite populations? Hopefully it's easy for councillors to see. There are 3 discrete populations just north of Lake Rotorua, 1 in Welcome Bay, 2 to the west of the containment boundary in Paradise Valley, and also 1 to the southeast in Kaingaroa. So those are the populations that are currently being managed, and obviously we plan to eradicate in the near future. And I will note that in most of these populations, where wallabies are detectable, they're detectable at very low numbers. Sorry, so we're not talking larger populations. Some of the highlights for the year: the marine program is doing amazingly well. We had a reduction in the number of infestations for all species we manage within the program. We have a strong collaboration with Manaki Te Awanui to manage the Asian paddle crab program. And also our internal marine biosecurity team won the local and central government's award at the New Zealand Biosecurity Awards for 2021, which is a huge achievement for the team. Some other highlights within the program: there were no exclusion pests found anywhere where they are classified as exclusion pests, noting that some of them obviously have sub-regional splits, so they may be managed across multiple programs, but where a species was categorised as exclusion, we did not find a single infestation. And there's a lot of momentum that continues to build within our new to region program. So our new to region program is looking at what could be the next large invasive species. A lot of them we consider to be sleeper species. They could be ornamental species within gardens, and over time, due to climate change or other factors, they could become a serious species that we need to manage. So it's a really positive program, and there's also quite a bit of momentum nationally within other councils to uptake similar programs. So not only focusing what we manage under the Regional Pest Management Plan, but a bit of crystal ball gazing in terms of what could be the next big issue around the corner. National programs, you'll see we're currently involved with 3 large national programs through Biosecurity New Zealand and MPI. They allow us to create significant amounts of additional operational work within the region. All 3 programs, which are the Wallaby program, the Wilding Pine program, and more recently Te Kina Kodi to manage Kodi dieback disease. They will all be supported within 22-23, and we're going to see a large increase in operational effort, particularly for wallabies and Kodi dieback in the coming year. Collaboration is a real strength within the Biosecurity program. You can see on the left-hand side we have great working relationships with a number of iwi and hapu partners, managing all sorts of programs from freshwater aquatic species to wilding pines to Asian paddle crabs, and we also have a very good relationship with 5 hapu on Matsakana Islands, managing invasive species. And the graphic on the right is just a snapshot of our current collaboration across the country. There's a huge number of others, but we align very closely with the joint regional councils, Department of Conservation, Territory Vine Health, and we also rely heavily on researchers to allow us to become more effective in terms of what we currently do. We rely on science to improve our current methodology and to work more effectively moving forward. A massive thank you. We're really proud of the report that we presented to Council today, and it wouldn't look or feel the way it does without the input of these 2 amazing people, Melissa Williams from our communications team and Kyla from Simple Designs. They put a lot of effort into this report, and we think it's really good. So that is all I have for you today, councillors, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Shane. Councillor Clark and then Bronnie.
Yeah, a question and a comment. I'll make the comment first. Please, so we're getting on top of the wallaby thing to the extent that that the pet food factory in Whakatane is now importing wallabies from Waimati to actually fill its orders for wallaby pet food because they can't get enough around here. There's an irony in that, but also I'm really interested. The Kodi dieback, I mean, it's not here or even near here yet. So how do is this simply a surveillance increase, or are we putting things in place so when it doesn't invariably arrive, what does that look like?
Through Future, it's all of the above. So we're currently working with Biosecurity New Zealand to put a funding bid together, working very closely with Manawhina partners through Kai Mai Kauri and Carlson, who presented to you earlier. So we're going to gain funding to put hiking stations at key points, to look at naturally occurring large stands of Kodi and put protection fencing around it, ungulate control, peat control where it's necessary, and just trying to manage the vectors that could potentially bring Kodi dieback disease into it. So it's identifying those key strategic sites and putting measures in place to reduce the risk of it entering.
Councillors Brunning, White, Dees and McDonald. Councillor Brunning.
I do have a couple of questions, but I'll just some comments to start with. The reference to Taiwan cherry, there's no work being done there. And years ago, there was agreement between the Regional Council and certainly Western Bay District Council about invasion of woolly nightshade on road reserves. Now, I was informed that agreement has expired, has never been picked up and does not run any longer. And the same effect, I mean, Western Bay did control quite a lot of its woolly nightshade on the roadsides. If they're not doing that now, then we're going to go backwards. And the same thing applies to the Taiwanese cherry. That's all along our roadsides now. Are we going to accept that or not? Wallabies, 2,027 killed. Is that really, I know what the program is, I know you're going for the other areas, but you need to also reduce the density within the main area fairly quickly. Otherwise, they're just going to keep breaking out. So, Mike, the question was really around the army fall worm that's been talked about this morning. Is that the army worm that we had back in the 1960s?
Through you, Chair, sorry, I couldn't answer that. I was just a little wee thing in 1960s. But there is quite a number of fall worms, right from our, the white cabbage butterfly, a whole range of them. The army fall worm has blown across from Australia. So it's another one of these things like metal rust. It hasn't been bought here through ships or anything like that. It's been blown across. And its discovery, Carlton was quite right this morning, the first discovery here was locally, and very shortly after that discovery, it was found quite widespread through the North Island. The true impacts of it yet, MPI is still doing the analysis on what the potential impacts of this is going to be. It doesn't look good. It's got quite a wide appetite for commercial horticultural crops and arable crops. So at this moment, we're just waiting to see the risk analysis from MPI. Obviously, if there is a response to be stood up for, it'll be a nationally led, probably industry-led response, and we would just look once that's stood up about what our role is there in supporting industry to protect their interests.
The chair was saying it's not the same work.
No, the army worm you and I refer to as the one that gets into maize crops, so I understand it's quite different. Probably its cousin.
Aussie cousin.
Thank you. So Councillor White, Nees, McDonald and Thompson. Councillor White.
Kia ora. Look, I noticed on page 36 that you've managed to, you've detected no further weeds in Lake Okarika from an eradication program. Word on the street, and I've seen this before, that for Rotomā, iwi have been weaving these flax mats and placing them down on the lake bed, and the result has been killing off the invasive weeds and a number of the indigenous flora coming through. I'm not promoting a major change to weaving mats across all of the lakes, but obviously I'm excited by the fact that some of these indigenous species are coming through. Can the same be said in Lake Okarika? Are you seeing any indigenous weeds coming through in that space, given that you're detecting no weeds at all?
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, the short answer to that is yes, we are. It's pretty amazing actually, Lake Okarika, the reversion back to a native ecosystem. The last time we did the surveillance within the lake, we only found a really, really small, tiny patch of Lagroscytum, and historically that lake has had all four nasty weeds in it. So we're working with Te Aroa, with the uwhi mats, the harakiki mats, to use that traditional way of controlling weeds for those last little tiny patches of Lagroscytum. But yeah, it's pretty, I've actually dived in that lake for 16 years now, and it's really amazing to see a native lake ecosystem with all native species within it, because quite often we're swimming around and we're always seeing this is the bad stuff. So, yep, probably long answer to your question is yes, a lot of native species.
Councillor Nees.
Sorry, just a quick question then. Is that adding to the clarity of the water? Is that adding to the clarity of the water? Is it looking a lot clearer and cleaner?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it definitely does. The invasive species are larger, hold a lot more sediment, so you actually do, with wind movement, get a lot more turbidity in the water. So yeah, it's actually, I'd suggest any councillor that's heading out around the rotos this summer is go to Okarika. It's pretty beautiful at the moment.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Nees, McDonald and Thompson. Councillor Nees.
I just want to thank staff for such an attractive and informative annual report. I would particularly like to see the innovations that you reported, the GeoNet and Pest Hub. It's great to see that we're sort of using technology and getting information out there. It's fabulous. With regard to the operational plan for 2023, I went through it looking for what sort of funding we set aside for current dieback, and I couldn't actually see that because you seem to have put the program budgets under the type of pests. Is there a table somewhere that shows how we build up that piece by piece so that we can see what we're actually investing in controlling particular pests?
Through you, Chair, yes, we've got that information. I'll supply that to you. Off the top of my head, Kauri dieback, I think we're investing just over 100,000 this year.
And through you, Chair, just to build on that, we're currently working with NDI to build a very large funding bid, which Carlson talked about earlier. So our investment in Kodi dieback for the region is likely to be a small portion of the true investment.
Councillor McDonald.
Kia ora, Greg. Thanks for the great report. A couple of things for me. How long have the Wallabies been in Welcome Bay? Before you answer, I'll just go on with my other ones. Woolly nightshade, about 20 odd years ago, maybe a bit more, we used to have people come out onto properties to get rid of woolly whiteshade. And why can't we resurrect that now? Because woolly nightshade is certainly getting out of hand, as Norm has described in his comments. So my question is, why can't we bring back what we used to do to help control it? And my third one was around the invasive weed maps. There was a great presentation by William Anaru where he showed a video how that was being used. So congratulations to you and him and his accolades for your participation in that. Maybe at some time we can bring him to show the rest of the councillors of how that actually worked. And I think that's it. Hope you got all of that from me. Sorry.
For you, Chair. Firstly, the Wallabies of Welcome Bay, they were first really detected there in the late, first decade of the century, so late 2000s. They've probably been in the Welcome Bay area since the late 1990s. We understand through hearsay that there was a character living in Rocky Cutting Road who was involved in live capture. And we are assuming that those animals that now inhabit the Welcome Bay area came from his holding facility. Their population has been controlled about 5-6 years ago. We thought we had eliminated that population, but we've just had a recent sighting of 2 animals up near the Summerhill Farm mountain bike park. Moving on to the next question there around woolly nightshade, it's just a matter of money. Yes, we could do service delivery on woolly nightshade. It would cost a lot of money. And I have presented to council a number of years ago through the developing of our regional pest management plan what those costs could look like. I'm happy to go through and rework what that would look like if councillors would wish that. And I think the last question there was around UFI mats. Those who saw TV3 News last night would have seen William presenting on them. He did a really good job there, and I'm sure he would love to come and talk to council about the work that Te Aroha Lakes Trust are doing for not just on the UFI mats but other biosecurity initiatives in and around the lakes.
Thanks, Greg. Councillor Thompson and then Von Davison. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. Greg, what is the budget for storyboards in public reserve areas showing plant pests and what to do about them?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. We could come back to you. We probably don't have a dedicated budget for that. It would be held in our just our comms initiatives and awareness raising. We could probably tell you what that figure that we're investing in I'll find that for you, councillor, and pass it on along with the other budget information on Kauri Dieback.
Thank you. Could I just simply say that the signs that I see are very outdated, and I think that this is this could be a very good community initiative if we really got a bit more serious about depicting plant pests in public reserve areas and telling the public what they can actually do, where they need to report these pests to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Von Danielson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, well done on this report, by the way. Well presented. But I'm coming back to Woolly Nightshade just because of the risk of the old marmorated stink bug and a home for that. And when we look at the map where you identify the Woolly Nightshade, it's 2,310 properties, and it's very intensive around Tauranga and along the coast before Wakatani. And to say you've done inspected 2,475 properties and only spent 268,000, well, we'll say 269 to round it up, 1,000 on this problem. I think that we need as a council to make a bigger effort, and there does need to be increased funding, and we do need to utilise the fact that this is a pest and therefore there is landowner responsibility. So I'm hoping that when you do an inspection and find these, that you actually ask the landowner to clean them up and that you go back and make sure they do. Because if the marmorated stink bug does get here, and we've heard today that it's not a matter of when, if, it's a matter of when, this is a huge habitat for them and could risk our whole horticulture industry. And when we look at where the proliferation of woolly nightshade is, it's exactly where our horticulture industry is. And I think I noticed you've got program status of green for both. I think that if it's green, then we haven't got a strong enough KPI. And I would urge you, Mr. Chair, to make sure that we prioritise this, because boy, if the old stinky bug gets here, we're in big trouble as a region, because it's a major income earner. Horticulture is a major income earner for this whole region, right across the Motu, and this would put it at risk. And I just don't believe that a green light is indicates sufficient emphasis on this problem, and it is, to me, it's a major problem, and I don't see any progress really on it. So that's my comment, and I'd love your response.
Through you, Chair. So the woolly nightshade is a compliance program, and the expectation is, following inspection, that landowners will control it, and there are follow-up inspections scheduled for every time the plant is found on a particular property. Our current rules outside the Whakatane, Rangataiki and Rotorua catchments is just a boundary control rule. So it is only focusing on the boundary issues of woolly nightshade up the Eastern Bay and in the Western Bay of Plenty. That's not to say that council couldn't go further than that if that's what you wish to fund for. But as I said, the costs of doing service delivery and increased compliance are quite significant, or would be quite significant.
Chairman Leader.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, I just want to support my colleagues, and I know, Greg, you've been here before, containment pests, but I just think, Chair, you need to take on board the flavour coming from your councillors about revisiting woolly nightshade. For those who aren't problemed by woolly nightshade, you should not underestimate the voracity of this plant. It will grow 2 to 3 metres within 1 calendar year. And the only thing that knocks it off will be you cut it off at the stem and basal spray it, which is labour intensive, or you knock it off with Tordon brush killer. But I'd have to admit, you know, in the Eastern Bay, it is really bad. And I think Councillor Brunny makes a good point. There's a multifaceted strategy here. Maybe the first one is we ask local authorities to step up to the plate, because a lot of it grows on the roadsides. Yeah, but it's also on private land as well. And mark my words, it is really hard to control, really difficult. So I think we should take it on board, and if staff want to bring back a proposal for the incoming council to look at what are the options in terms of trying to address some of it, then please do.
Noted, Greg.
Yeah, no, happy to bring back an options paper. Yeah, and just noting the challenges that Chairman Lead is making there. There's a reason why it is a widespread plant and a challenge for all regions in the Northern North Island. It is something that can germinate and be seeding itself within 3 to 4 months. It grows, as Chairman Leader said. It means that to get total suppression, you are doing 3 to 4 rounds of control every year on it. The seed bank, seeds last 10 to 15 years. You know, it's a really, really challenging plant to deal with.
Through you, Chair, just in response to the question about the territorial authorities, one of my priority pieces of work, now that this report is soon to be accepted, is to engage with all of the territorial authorities, refresh them of their obligations under the Regional Pest Management Plan. They are bound to our plans, so just like any other landowner, there is a compliance process to go through, but we will try and work collaboratively with them to understand how we can best manage the issues between us. So it is a big piece of work that we'll be kicking off in the very near future.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions, and just issues from me. Can you engage with NZTA as well, because they are road and corridor owners, and some of their weed control is really slack. They need to come to the party as well, especially State Highway 36 from Rotorua to here. It's just full of weeds, gorse, you name it. It's just a minefield of weeds. So NZTA, as long as the TLA's got a role to play as well. Greg, final question from me. You know what I'm going to ask you. How does Joe Public get involved with our Wallaby program? They're willing, they're keen. How do we engage with Joe Public to help us control wallabies?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So obviously we've had, since the photo went out on Facebook, a month or 3 back, we have had a lot of interest from recreational shooters looking for opportunities to hunt these things. And as our chair's aware, the options are private land or public land, and in public land, the Department of Conservation have got quite a few restrictions that limit the effectiveness of recreational shooting. Basically, they don't allow night hunting of wallabies or anything. And in the public land, on the private land space, from our perspective, yes, we know where problem populations are, but for us as staff to get inquiries from a recreational person who we don't know or understand anything about their background, and then to be recommending them onto a private landowner is something that we as staff won't do. Just that there's liability issues there, and we don't want to be causing problems for that landowner through a recommendation. I think as we spoke about to this committee at the last meeting, it might have been, we are following with interest an initiative that's the New Zealand Deerstalkers are initiating in the Waikato, where they're looking at what they call their Hunter Assist program, where they will vet their members, and then if there are landowners out there with deer or goat issues, potentially wallaby issues, then they could provide recommendations of their vetted hunters onto private land. Some of the benefits of that is that the NZDA hold public liability insurance for all their members, and that to some degree provides some level of assurance for landowners, and also the fact that they're not letting any of their so, any of the members go, they have to be vetted as far as their reliability and safety and all those kind of things before they would recommend them onto private landowners. So that initiative is only just kicking off at the moment in the Waikato. We're going to keep a close watching brief on that, and assuming there's some success there, we'll be looking at trying to encourage the NZTA and the Bay of Plenty to roll that out here. We think that's probably the best way for safely engaging with recreational hunters.
Okay, good to hear. We'll be watching this space sooner rather than later to roll that program out here. I think because I get inquiries all the time and I pass them on to you. So of people who want to do good in our community and they know they're there and they're licensed firearm owners. So yeah, keep up the good work. Councillor, Mr. Leader.
Chair, could I just clarify, Greg, did I hear you say that DOC do not endorse, condone, allow night shooting?
So through their general permitting, shooting after hours of darkness is prohibited for their open permit system. Their operational managers can provide a special permit case by case to allow night hunting. But again, talking with the local managers here, they're facing the same issues with us without understanding the history and background of the people who are wishing to do that. They're reluctant to approve that, just given the human health and safety. Noting that not in the too distant past, there was a poor lady who was shot brushing her teeth outside a hut from a hunter spotlighting. So that's the kind of concerns that they have. We, as an organisation, do have an agreement with the department where our contractors can operate on Crown lands, on public conservation lands, and we have certain conditions we have to meet under that, but our contractor hunters can operate providing we meet certain conditions with the department.
Well, thank you for that, Chair, but I think this is the guts or the core of the problem. What planet do some of these policy people live in or live on when you've got a nocturnal animal that sleeps during the day and comes out at night? I mean, that video footage or that Facebook, those photos you see with night shooting vision, heat identification stuff is testament to the
size of the problem.
The size of the problem and the reality that yes, you do need safety protocols, but for people who think you don't hunt these things at night, I mean, they live in fantasy land. Sorry, but it's not your problem, I know, but I think we do need a hard conversation with the likes of DOC.
If I could add something in,
Councillor
I keep believing in the DOC context that the policy hasn't kept up with the technology. I mean, monitoring this in the last few years, the way you guys are going, 10 grand for a night shooting scope. Spotlights are out, the drone technology. I know when our guys go out, your guys go out, they do get these population numbers down, and that's usually the old traditional spotlight is not an effective removal of that spot. There's a bit of a barrier to amateurs going in there. They can't afford the 10 grand anyway. Yes, but the policy just needs to catch up.
Greg, do we need a third bullet point on the recommendations today, that you have some serious conversations with DOC? Do you want a resolution on the books, or are you just going to do it too? You've heard the sentiments around the table. It's a real barrier to shoot these damn things. Do you need a resolution to help you to have conversations with DOC based on new technology, based on the size of the problem, based on their problem?
Through you, Chair, I do have a good working relationship with our the Rotorua Area Office Ops Manager. I'll leave it in your hands. If you want to make a resolution, absolutely fine, but I do have a good working relation with him. I can bring the sentiments back to him.
Can I just add,
yes,
Chairman, not necessarily just to do with Wallabies, but
one of the roles I play is biomanagers convener for the regional councils across New Zealand. And one of the initiatives we've done this year is set up a new group of chief executives from regional councils with the deputy secretaries from DOC and MPI, Biosecurity New Zealand lead. And that's probably a forum where we could take this sort of thing, where we can identify barriers to achieving New Zealand-wide outcomes, such as wallabies and wilding pines, and find out what sort of regulatory adjustments need to be made. Because I know DOC are looking at their regulatory settings. Their new CEO, Penny Nelson, is aware of these problems. They've got a lot of legislation that has been written a long time ago and is no longer fit for purpose. They're aware of that. So they probably just need some live examples of where adjustments need to be made first. So I can take that to that forum.
Okay, I'm happy with that explanation, Chris. And I'll take it under advisement, but there's a real push from this forum. Sounds like we don't need a recommendation, but you've heard the stories this morning, and we want some serious buy-in from our partners to be come up to speed with us. Councillor Brunning?
I'd encourage you to form a resolution around this, because 6 months' time, 12 months' time, you'll say, well, where's the response to the call from the politicians? So just some simple wording down to it.
Mr. Engel, can you come up with some words based on what you've heard? I'll come back to it. I'll come back to a recent recommendation 3, but if you come up with some words, we can come back to this topic. And I'd like thank Greg and Shane and Hamish. Thank you for your input today. You've heard the stories, you've heard the concerns. I'll come back to you when we adopt this committee recommendation, but we'll keep moving on to the Mount Maunganui Industrial Area update. Thank you. You've
Thank you, Chair, for the councillors.
We'll park resolution on page 34, and I'd like to welcome Rhys Irving, Stephen Miller and Mark Hamilton to the table, please. This is the Mount Maunganui Industrial Area update on page 154. So you've got all those 2 attachments to the Regional Pest Management Plan and the report. So that's all good food for thought right across the bay. Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Our report is the latest in a series of updates that we do for the Mount Maunganui Industrial Area. And we've got Mark Hamilton with us today just in regard to the Hamilton's report and any questions. No presentation this morning, so I'll take it as read. Yep. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We're just receiving the update. Odour. Odour is the big one by the looks of it.
Odour continues to be challenging in the Mount area, but the team are working really hard in that respect. Overall complaints numbers are coming down, but we still see occasional spikes with odours, and we're concentrating the resource to get on top of that.
Okay, I've got questions from Councillor Leader, Thompson and McDonald. Councillor Leader, Chairman Leader.
Thanks, gentlemen. I've just got one question, and that is to do with the tracing of the trigger points at 10.5. So are you satisfied that the delivery of a source identification, which I understand is taken over by Watercare by electron microscope, is timely? Because historically there's been some significant delays, and I don't know why, in terms of getting that information back to you.
The challenge in regard to that source identification is that we are relying on the universities of New Zealand to have the electron microscope available. So we join a queue. Every time we send our samples off, we go to our place in the queue. And unfortunately, we've had a few challenges due to sickness or leave at the universities as well. So it is slow, I admit, but it's as fast as we're able to do it, unless we obviously source a different electron microscope in New Zealand. But I believe there's only 2 we have access to at the moment at 2 different institutes.
Well, okay, so what's the relationship in terms of that with Watercare?
Watercare will visit the monitor. They remove like a filter paper.
Yeah.
They will send that to Shane and our science team, Shane Ammonger, and then that's sent off to the university for analysis. So what we're looking for there is the predominant sort of particle that may be sort of contributed to that exceedance. So if we're talking about sea salt, obviously we're looking for sodium chloride or something like that to show up when you look under the microscope.
So do we have a fee for service for this service?
We pay a maintenance fee that's part of the upkeep of those monitors. There's not an additional fee unless we're willing to pay them an extra fee to come down and take that filter paper.
No, I meant the card reading through the electron microscope. Is it a fee for service?
It is, yes.
It is. What is the cost on each trace?
I'm not aware of the cost as I sit here, but I could find out for you.
I just think, Chair, that this is really important to community, and a delay of, I don't know what the current delay is, but I don't know what the other alternatives are. But I think we need, if we're paying a fee for service, we need to start having a view in terms of the response time should be.
Yeah, I mean, in the summary, we've got dispensation for those 9 breaches. We're waiting for 5. No, that's it.
But I don't think, Chair, that those have been through the electron microscope process. You know, this is just staff making a call that says, given the number and the circumstances, the climatic circumstances, they're making a call on this.
Yeah. Through the chair, that's correct. With the latest exceedances, we probably or most likely won't send those papers off to analysis now that we've seen some of the video evidence of the sea fogs coming through. We're quite confident with our application that our dear friend Mother Nature was the main influencing factor for those exceedances. And I do have some good news that it's actually 2 exceedances and not 9. When you get 4 or 5 from every monitor on the same day, that's counted as 1.
Right. Oh, right.
We take the highest reading.
Yeah. Because the fog rolled in all at the same time. Yeah, understand that. Okay, I've got questions from Councillor Thompson, McDonald and White. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not a question, it's a suggestion. And as you will have all seen from the attachments to this report, at the last Working Party meeting, there was a compelling presentation presented through Clear the Air in terms of community concerns and anxiety about the quality of air, not just in the polluted airshed, but in the residential area as well. And if it were possible for councillors to actually watch that presentation, I'm sure you couldn't help but be affected and impacted by the level of distress and anxiety that's being caused across the community, obviously including Whareroa. A suggestion was made at the meeting that we look, the Tauranga City Council and Regional Council and possibly other agencies, look at ways in which the community can be better supported, because at the moment Clear the Air is an entirely volunteer effort, and it is struggling to be able to stem and keep up with the level of anxiety within the community. And so I have a suggestion that I'd like to put forward. I know that the commissioners are keen to work with us to see whether we can in fact find ways to support the community better. And my suggestion would be that staff and the Regional Council Working Party members work with Tauranga City Council to investigate options for how the Mount community can be better supported. So that's my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Is that part of the resolution you'd like, Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
So this is on page 154.
Correct.
While we're getting the words up, Councillor Thompson, can I go to Councillor McDonald and then White and then Nees? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow on from what Paula has just said, and I totally support, because, you know, you will have heard from me, my concerns have always been around the health of those communities within the proximity of the Mount Industrial area. And it still is, because I don't think we've grasped the problem yet. And I've read the health clauses on 160, but it's still not giving me satisfaction around how we could be doing better around the assessment of the impact of the industrial area on health. So carrying on from what I'd like to see and start to investigate, and obviously a lot of work to be done in assessing the health of those people living there, is using it as a monitor to determine what is the safe level of emissions that make it okay. You know, we have our readings through our machines, but I want to know if it's possible for us to add a health measure in that as well.
Gosh. Help me out, Ruben and Ruben.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think those conversations with the community are certainly ongoing, and you'll see in the report the update about the agreement to progress that network of monitors through the residential area. So certainly happy to pick up the recommendation from Councillor Thompson and work with the community to figure out how we can best support them. In relation to the health measures, we do have some guidance from the National Environmental Standard and the Ambient Air Quality Standards in that document, which is what we report on. We have had conversations with the community about impacts above and beyond those sort of direct health impacts, both with the residential community representatives and the whānau community representatives. And so I think we will continue with those conversations. Whether or not those end up with some sort of limit being imposed or not, I'm not sure, but I think we need to let those conversations carry on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor White.
Yeah, kia ora, guys. Thank you for your report. Just in response to Chairman Leader's comments or question around odour, you mentioned that you're working hard in this particular space. When I look at the report there and the chart on whatever the page is, the month for June to August, 35 complaints received in that month, 24 of them about odour, so 68%. It's a pretty high percentage rate, and it's suggesting that this is an issue right across the residency, not just for whareroa. So what does hard mean? What are the barriers to actually getting through this one? Because it seems to be long lasting. So can you just give us a response to that, please?
Yeah, sure. I don't really perceive any barriers. We're just using different tools. So in respect to like the bitumen odours, we set up a WhatsApp group with the community so they can directly contact us and the bitumen companies, and we're all on the same group. So now we've got everyone speaking in the Mount, and the bitumen companies can see for themselves that what the community is saying instantly on their phones, but also we're using the tools like our Report It app. So now we can see where the hotspots are, where the complaints are coming, and we can also plot the plumes. So it's just a matter of using the tools that we've got. And when I say hard work, it's using that and the resources that we have to sort of be spearheaded in those areas, and also being proactive in getting down there where we can to do the assessments.
Okay, well, I guess the proof of the pudding is watching these monthly complaints and see if those numbers are going down. So all the best.
Councillor Nees.
Oh, thank you. I'm just trying to find the reference that I noted, but I can't. So I'll just ask, it was somewhere in the paper, a note that TCC was investigating a record on the limb. And I know that that's been an issue for liquefaction and natural hazards, but are you suggesting there's going to be a limb note for air quality?
If I could answer you, Councillor Nees, it came up in the Air Quality Working Party that Western Bay District Council, for instance, would have a limb note if you were moving in next to a rural activity, that you may be exposed to the typical smells and things of dairy farming or something if you happen to build next door to that. And there was a discussion around, could a limb note be appended to Mount Maunganui properties that are downwind of the industrial area to say, if you are purchasing in this area, then you've got to acknowledge that you've got a port, you've got an industrial area that you're going to be downwind of, and you may be exposed to emissions from those activities. So that is something that TCC was looking into.
Is that something that the community is seeking?
Clear the air were the community representatives on the Working Party, and they were supportive of progressing that.
Affect property values.
Okay, if there's no further questions, where are we up to? Oh, so we're just receiving the report. And right, coming back to the resolutions, Councillor Thompson, are you happy with that?
I'd like to see the word better after B and before supported.
Can be better supported.
Yeah.
You happy to move, Councillor Thompson?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Whole resolution. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Crosby. Any further discussion? I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, carried. Can we just go back to page 34, and this is the Monitoring Ops Committee on the Regional Pest Management Annual Report. I've got a number 3 here. Sorry. Oh. Thank you, gentlemen. Notes. This is number 3. Notes the current restrictions on
Can you put it all up on the?
No, I can't, because we've just got it on here.
No, I mean all the other resolutions.
Yeah. Notes the current restriction on night shooting on public conservation lands and requests staff to work with Department of Conservation to remove barriers where safety concerns can be addressed through the use of modern technology such as thermal imaging and or night vision equipment. I'll read it again. Notes current restrictions on night shooting on public conservation lands and requests staff work with DOC to remove barriers where safety concerns can be addressed through the use of modern technology such as thermal imaging and or night vision equipment. Is that cut the mustard? Somebody happy to move?
I'll move that.
Move 1, 2 and 3, Councillor Clark, on page 34.
Yeah.
You've got that, Shari? Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Brunning. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put that resolution. All those in favour say aye or raise your hand. Motion is carried. Thank you for that. Thanks, Greg, for you've got a way forward, and you've got a consensus from this group to have some really hard discussions with DOC and or other public land owners, be it TLAs or NZTA. Got it? Cool. Thank you for that. Carried. Right, moving on to Resource Consents Annual Report. This is on page 216. And Ella and Ruben Fraser got it right. On page 216.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I would have really liked to have had Ella here to introduce you to her today, but she is at the Lake Rotuiti water level lowering trial today and tomorrow, so couldn't make this meeting. Apologies. We do have one correction to make to the report, and that was just in relation to the appeal that Councillor Grunding asked about as part of the chairperson's report, and we've mistakenly said Ngāti Pikiao in this report, so I apologise for that. And it should, of course, be Ngāi Te Rangi.
Oh, yeah.
With that exception, I don't have anything to add to that report, but of course, happy to answer any questions.
What page was that on?
That was on page 225.
So cross out Ngāti Pikiao and put in Ngāi Te Rangi.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, any questions on Ruben's report, the resource consent annual report, Councillor Nees, and then Von Delson, Councillor Nees?
Thank you. Are we still getting applicants being frustrated by slowness of receiving cultural impact reports?
Yes. You'll remember, Councillor Nees, we updated our guidance material and our process on that quite substantially following the customer service deep dive that we did in 2020. Since that time, it's certainly improved. And part of that change was we moved from an expectation that applicants keep trying to engage with Tangata Whenua for 3 months if they weren't getting a response. And we've changed that to 1 month. And we've had positive feedback on that from both applicants and from Tangata Whenua. So I think, yes, we are still getting some concerns about lack of response, but reducing numbers.
Councillor, no, anybody else? Councillor Von Delson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 225, we talk about the Stella Passage direct referral.
Yes, we've got a new date.
Yes, that's what I'm looking for, because the media did say it was deferred till next year, but I've heard since that it's coming in October. So can we have an update on that?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Von Delson. So we certainly did work our hardest to try and accommodate an October date, but the court couldn't make that work. So the new hearing has been set down for 3 weeks from the 27th of February next year.
I won't thank you then.
27th of February for 3 weeks.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Court decision on the Creswell New Zealand case. Have we got a date for that to be released?
No, we don't. Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just reflecting that hearing was 9th and 10th of March.
Yep.
And so I keep saying that it's expected any day. But we don't know until it lands.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions,
Yes.
Councillor?
Chair, I've asked this question before, but this is a combination of a couple of questions, I suppose. We've got 3 waters reformed, which may well be signed off in 23. In this region, we have a significant number of really big wastewater discharge consents that expire in 26. Is our expectation that the applications and the dialogue will start in terms of processing those new consents prior to 26? Or do you think they'll just get pushed out and operate under whatever section 43 or something it is, which is because they're going to be big and the resources to respond in terms of what the new standards are likely to be going to be significant?
Yeah, that's thanks, Chairman Leader. That's a really good question. I think my expectation is that we'll be well into those consent applications prior to 3 waters, and we are having conversations with most of the TAs, if not all of the TAs at the moment. I think fair to say that there's variability in terms of how the TAs are providing for the sorts of infrastructure upgrades that will be required to meet new expectations, and some are much more proactive and have included those budgets. Some will be wanting to defer that work to the entities, I'm sure, and so we're having those conversations now.
Councillor White, and then Von Delson. Councillor White.
Yes, just under item 4.1 on page 224. Just want to congratulate you guys for the cultural awareness and relationship approach that you're adopting by meeting at Marae. No better place to get a close relationship with iwi than in their house. So congratulations on that. I would certainly continue to promote that activity, and your additional meetings that you have with Ranginui and Ngāti Awa. These face-to-face kanohi meetings are important to building that relationships. And again, congratulations for you for utilising te reo training. Well done. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Von Danielson.
Yes, just one more court hearing that isn't mentioned. The Judea pet food factory, I can't remember its name, but I believe there is a court hearing date set for that, for air quality. It hasn't been reported on. Is there a court date set for that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, so that's the Alpine application. My understanding, and I'll double check this for you, Councillor Von Danielson, is that we haven't been through a council level hearing for that yet. So we need to do that first.
Oh, it's not a prosecution.
So we've got two things going on. So one is a prosecution, and those papers have been filed, but yet to have a response from Alpine around that. We do also have a resource consent application in process, and I'll confirm this, but my understanding is that that has been through a notification process and will head to a council hearing as the next step.
Okay, a question from me, Ruben Waio Dairies, is bottom of page 226. You're comfortable that they're being brought up to speed and that they're all resource consent compliant now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable with that, and I think credit to them for investing in that disposal so that they could get a non-notified consent. I'm comfortable with that.
Right. And we'll be monitoring them closely, I guess.
We will.
Yeah. Any further questions on Ruben's report?
Yeah, just another one.
Oh, Councillor White.
Yeah, look, on page 226, I know that you're talking about granted structures on the different lakes, and of course, Te Arawa Lakes Trust, as part of a treaty agreement, owners of the lake bed for the Rotorua Lakes. How does that work between Te Arawa Lakes Trust, yourselves, and the other individual iwi applicants here with respect to structures on that lake? You know, Te Arawa Lakes Trust would seem to have a critical role here. Are they actively involved, are they?
Thanks, Councillor White. Yes, Te Arawa Lakes Trust certainly actively involved, and we worked together with Te Arawa Lakes Trust, and they facilitated the creation of some cultural mapping reports for each lake in the Rotorua area, and we used those reports to inform our notification decisions. So we're in the middle of Lake Rotuiti process at the moment, where I think about 200 of those lake structures went through a limited notification process, and we received a submission, joint submission from Te Arawa Lakes Trust and Tū Haurangi, and we're working through that with the community association. And I think there was a mention in the chair's report about, well, there might not have been, but we had a pre-hearing meeting with them, some representatives of Lake Rotuiti Community Association and Te Arawa Lakes Trust last week. And I think it was a long time coming getting all of those people in the same room. It was very productive, and we're going to get back together in another month to hear from the Community Association about their responses to the concerns and issues that Te Arawa Lakes Trust have raised on behalf of iwi and hapu.
Yeah, thanks for that. Good to see. Cheers.
Okay, if there's no more questions, there's a resolution on page 216, but we received the resource consent annual report. Could I have a mover for that? Councillor Brunning, seconded by Councillor Nees. Any further discussion? All those in favour, raise your right hand or say aye. Motion is carried. Thank you for that. Thanks, Ruben. Right, moving on to climate change annual report, and Laverne, welcome along. This is on page 230. We're receiving the report for the climate change annual report. Floor's yours.
Hello, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present the annual report. On climate change, don't have a presentation. Would be happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Noting that the adaptation plan was released on the 3rd of August and covers 22 to 28, and Crown's rolling that out. Councillor Clark?
Hi, Levin. Yeah, just a report here. I've no doubt that you actually benchmark or work in liaison with other regional councillors. How do we kind of sit in terms of our steps and our focus, like across the country in a general sense? Have you got any feel for that?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Through the chair, yes. We do. We stay in close contact with a lot of the councils across the whole country. And at the moment, we're actually leading the way in a number of spaces in the risk assessment space, and particularly around our data gathering space as well. The other councils are working in the area without actually delivering anything at the moment. We have ECAN who are well ahead, and Hawke's Bay are very structured. The TCC, for example, is now kicking off their climate change action planning very strongly at the moment. What they're doing, though, is working collaboratively with their regional councils. And so in general, what we're doing is, because there's no very clear direction from central government, other councils are taking the bull by the horns and actually going ahead in terms of doing our risk assessments, particularly.
Could I just kind of say, and the question is weighted in the fact that currently, particularly in print media, there's an awful lot of criticism out there about the whole rush of councils around 2019 to declare climate emergency, and have done very, very little about it. And it's, and now with up and coming elections, I guess there's a lot of criticism about councils for lack of progress in that. But I mean, at least we seem to have some form and structure around ours. So thank you.
I've got questions from Councillor Thompson and White and Nees. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Laverne. Laverne, I can't see any reference to the work that's going on in terms of transport emission reduction targets.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Thompson, that work is underway. We have a project with the transport, the TURB project. It's sitting in with the public transport team at the moment. A consultant is busy working on the delivery of the first document in that space. Once again, we're also looking at providing a model that we'll be able to measure against for the region. But it's very early days of that work.
Thank you, Laverne, except that the public transport strategy, which is in the throes of being recommended up to council, will in fact contain some of this target information, won't it?
That is the plan at this stage, Councillor Thompson.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, what I'm really saying is that when the regional public transport plan comes to the council, there will in fact be, I'm hoping, some information in relation to our targets for transport carbon emissions reductions. Thank you.
Yes, the answer is yes, Laverne. Yes. Yep, the answer is yes, Councillor Thompson. I can see Laverne shaking her head. Yes, not no, it's yes. Right. Who was up to? Councillor White and then Councillor Nees.
Yeah, kia ora, Laverne. Kia ora, Laverne. Thanks for your presentation. Just a personal comment. I applaud all the emissions approaches we're using. To me, it seems like ultimately we're simply scratching an itch. Nature will continue with its cycles. and do what nature does. With that very interesting presentation we had by a young Māori boy who gave a climate change adaptation presentation to Community Māori was impressive, which says to me that that's the generation that's going to be inheriting a lot of this stuff as climate change impacts heads towards us at pace. How involved are our rangatahi or that next generation in these conversations and building initiatives, in terms of climate change adaptation? Because his project, his doctorate was going to be about mobilising or how do marae across the coast are going to be impacted and how do they move. So looking at possible adaptation approaches through his own research, including Mātauranga Māori. So how much are the rangatahi, getting back to my question, are the next generations involved in this? Because as I said, it's their future that's going to be decided.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor White. That's a very good question. And the focus of one of the strings of the program has been the community work. It has not been directly focused on the rangatahi, but the funding, the community funding that we have provided has been open to all parties, and that is currently we've had a number of hapu and iwi apply for initial work on how they're going to be adapting. What they've done then is set up with their own internal communities a plan for how they're going to approach it. The future for the community funding stream will be to look at other avenues of offering this funding so that they can actually take it up and make their own plans and lead their own way with support from us in the council. So I would suspect that that's where we would encourage rangatahi to get involved, and then through our community engagement team to use them to facilitate that.
Thanks, Laverne. I'm really pleased with the level of activity that's happening, but I suppose a follow-up comment around that is that there's so many starting moving parts here and probably many more to come. It'll be good to maintain an overview of the effectiveness of all of those programs, as I'm sure we will, because basically, 100 little activities here and there, it would be nice to at some point have a really cohesive view of what impacts that's really having. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor White. Yes, through you, Chair, we have upped the reporting on the program to 3 monthly, as previously requested, and we will ensure that that's part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nees, final question.
Yes, thank you. Great report. Thanks, Laverne. Really appreciate the added information. Just want to say what an impressive increase in plantings in the dashboard. I guess that's partly the external funding that's coming through as well. But also congratulations on that 15% reduction over the baseline year for our internal carbon emissions. I also attended the graduation ceremony in Waihi Beach for the Green Room, that program that we funded to help tourism businesses become more sustainable. I've got to say that was amazing. All of those different businesses in Waihi Beach that are now working together to try and change their business models to become more sustainable, and that's the stuff that I was really keen to see, that we're supporting initiatives to help the community and everybody do their bit. So that was just awesome. The question I've got around the Grassroots Climate Change Fund, you mentioned that we have applications from across the community, but we have only granted funding to iwi at the moment. So have we got applications in progress for the wider community?
Through you, Chair, yes, Councillor Nees. This funding program has been, in my words, very, very successful. The first number of applicants, and it was open to the public, it was on the website. We did approach a number of people to encourage them to take part and pay attention to that and see if they could use it. It just happened to be iwi and hapu that were interested in the first 2 rounds. We have now just kicked off the next round of funding availability, and that is, looked to encourage the agricultural sector to take note and possibly find opportunities to use this funding. At the same time, we've already got plans in the background to be able to approach different sectors of the community. We've also ensured that the program has covered, as you mentioned, business opportunities and actually providing presentations, workshops around how we can enable them and support them to manage climate change.
That's great, because it's the wider penetration, I think, that I'm keen to see. And similarly, we've had hui already around the regional risk assessment, and in the report it notes that 16 workshops are being held in phase 2. So what sort of groups are being invited to those workshops?
Through you, Chair. Councillor Nees, the participants in those workshops are experts across the board, from our TA partners through to the education sector, through to the actual community involved, are all taking part in these workshops, as well as staff internally who head up relevant areas.
Oh, excellent. Another question, is the Future Fit tool on our website already?
That project is underway. We have just received the last sign up from one of our TAs, and that was an initiative as well where we would host Future Fit, and we invited all the TA partners to come along and come in with us. It enables and strengthens the data that we get through Future Fit. So that is underway to being rolled out. They've all signed up.
Awesome. And then my last one, Mr. Chair, is the Deep South Research Project the same one that was presented to Toi Moana Advisory Group last meeting? I had to leave before that presentation was provided, just as it was starting. I would have loved to have seen it, and I'd love to get access to it at some point.
Through you, Chair, Councillor Nees, yes, it is the same one, and it's the same group. I can ask my colleague Pim to arrange for that.
Okay, no more questions. So there's a resolution on page 230 that we received the report for climate change annual report. Can I have a mover for that report, please? Councillor Nees, seconded by Councillor Crosby. Any further discussion? I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Those against, carried. Thank you, Laverne. And Laverne, I'm told this is her last meeting. I think the word's retiring at the end of October, Laverne, but I don't think you're going to be retiring. I think you're going to be doing something else. And you need to be doing something else in this space. So, yeah, congratulations. Wish you well in whatever you do, but thank you for your contribution to Regional Council.
Thank you very much.
Right, moving on to the environmental volunteering support by council, and we've got Graham Howard and Michelle Elborn from Bay Conservation Alliance. And for those of you on the live streaming, we've still got customer service performance. Then we move into the environmental practice for rivers and drainage maintenance. Then we move into the implementation of the flood protection drainage bylaws. And then we move into river scheme sustainability. We're running about half an hour behind time, but let's proceed with this next report, environmental volunteering support by council. I really like this report, Graham. Thank you. This is really cool stuff, what we're doing.
Tēnā koutou, Chairman Winters and councillors. So, yes, we've got Michelle Elborn from Bay Conservation Alliance here, and after discussion of this report, Michelle's going to give a bit of an overview of what BCA have been doing over the past year. BCA are a key partner in building our capability capacity in the space. Is proposing to give a very brief introduction to the report, but just take the majority of it as read.
Is read? Yes. Cool. Sure. And I like those numbers in the executive summary, Graham. The contribution, the 1.3 million that we contribute to volunteer groups, and the flow-on effect and the return on investment for us in the community is just huge. So thank you for that numbers, for quantifying it so that we can go back to our next long-term plan and say, well, we've had good buy-in from the community and we need to be doing more of this to support our volunteers. So thanks for that executive summary. Michelle, welcome along.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Michelle Elbon tōku ingoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you about environmental volunteers. I've got a little presentation.
Cool.
Thank you, Shari. So the first thing I'd really like to do is acknowledge the volunteers themselves. So as you've just acknowledged, it's really fantastic to see the Regional Council supporting over 100 different groups and projects, realising over 80,000 hours of commitment a year, which really is truly fantastic. So acknowledging those volunteers playing a role in that space. You don't need me to tell you the scale of the environmental challenges that we're facing currently, because just sitting in this meeting this morning, just listening to you talking about a whole range of different challenges that we're facing within the region. But it's fantastic to know that we've got a whole bunch of volunteers out there thinking in this way, full of passion, full of commitment and dedication to really wanting to create a region that is a region that we want to pass on to our future generations. However, we need to be moving faster. We know there's a huge amount to do, so continuing to support and grow our volunteers is just one of those tools that we essentially have to getting to the end goals that we're striving for. I just thought I would just provide a reminder of what you've engaged Bay Conservation to do. And this is sort of some of our core work, and now with some additional support from Regional Council, which is much appreciated. So really trying to provide some professional operational support, and I'll touch on a little bit of that. Through our agreement with yourselves, we're taking on 6 additional groups a year, so 18 groups over the 3-year funding period. And we took on 6 groups last year, 4 of which were in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, 1 in the Western Bay, 1 in Rotorua. And I just want to note that 2 of those groups were our first Māori-led trusts. So we're really excited to start working more closely with hapu-led initiatives. For us, there's huge learning that we can realise from those groups, along with us walking alongside them and providing some of our support services to them. And then we play quite a role in facilitating training and capability building, which I'll touch upon. So here's just a list of some of the support services that we're providing. So the first one there around compliance processes, and you discussed a wee bit about that this morning. So certainly for groups, to give some examples, groups that are operating on DOC conservation land, whenever they want to, they're working with wildlife, they need to have wildlife permits. And that's an application process that they need to go through. They'll hold that permit for a certain period of time and then there'll be renewals. They're actually quite consuming and quite arduous processes. So firstly, we're working with the group and actually facilitating a lot of that process for them, but we're also having conversations with entities like DOC around how those processes are or aren't working, and really advocating for where there might be some improvements to be made. Another example is around where we've worked very closely with yourselves over the last year. So that was the development of what's now called Kiti Taio, the GIS data management system. And I would say that some of the statistics you've received today have popped out of that system. So this is a fantastic new platform for care groups to upload data on volunteer hours, to identify exactly where traps are, if they're undertaking pest control, and also then provides insight into where's the hotspots for where pest control is working really well, and therefore maybe invest your volunteer time and trapping resources in certain areas. And that system will continue to grow. So there's a huge amount of groups already on that, and BCA has been playing a role in actually supporting those groups with getting their head around the system, getting data on, learning how to use the tool in the field. So that's been great to work in partnership on that. Volunteer management and structures. We're talking about enabling volunteers, and sometimes groups just need help with how to structure their volunteer management, and that can be everything from your engagement through to your day-to-day health and safety. So this is quite a focus for us. We have groups like Western Bay Wildlife Trust. They operate largely around Moao and Motariki. They have a responsibility around supporting the little blue penguins. So from a community engagement point of view, that's a cute kind of fluffy species. So actually a lot of people want to connect to that group. They're having a lot of volunteer inquiries, but actually they just didn't have the ability to identify how they were going to structure and utilize that community interest. So we've worked with them around identifying volunteer roles, getting much more clear about that, setting up teams and structures so that they can harness that community interest a lot better. Funding applications. So I spoke to you previously about now having a relationship with the likes of TECT and Bay Trust. We now undertake combined funding applications on behalf of our member groups. So the last TECT application realised, I think, around about $360,000 over 2 years across 7 different groups. And last year's application to Bay Trust realised $158,000 across about 6 groups. So you can see there's additional funding going into those groups, which is awesome. We run Bay Conservation Cadets Tauira Mahi, so this is providing a really great opportunity for us to connect that resource of 11 passionate people to the volunteer efforts of our community groups. So much of the learning and much of the training for those cadets is occurring at our membership, on our member group sites. So for example, Kaharoa Kokaka Trust can say, we really need some extra help with abating in day, or actually we've never had the time or the skills to do water quality monitoring, and we'd love some data. So we're making those connections to lighten the load on the shoulders of those volunteers, or sometimes involve those volunteers in those activities so that, again, they get some capability building out of it. Storytelling is a really key area in terms of engaging kind of new volunteers and new interest. And a number of groups have sort of said we've got no kind of communication mechanisms or platforms to tell our story. So last year we built websites for both Friends of the Blade and Whakakaha Trust, just so that they have a platform or an outlet that they can share their story and try and attract more interest. Similarly, we've helped a number of groups build newsletters, MailChimp systems, those kind of things. I just thought I would share this because at the end of last year, we did a survey of our member groups and asked them what training or support they needed for the coming year. And that's been really helpful in us shaping what the kind of needs were, and then how we framed the training delivery that we've put out this year. So interestingly, social media came out as one of the most popular desires. We yet to deliver that. That's on the list to deliver before the end of this year. You can see the GIS data management side, there was a real interest in that, and I think that's been well met by the development of Kitty Taio and training for groups to get on board with that. As you would regularly expect, areas like pest control have come up. So we're planning to do that on an annual basis now, and that will really frame then the training delivery that we do on an annual basis. Probably worth noting also in terms of what we're delivering, especially around training and those components, it's really important we're making sure that we're doing that in alignment with the other players around us. So this morning I've just come from a Flax Roots meeting, which is an interagency forum where Regional Council, TCC, Western Bay, EnviroHub, New Zealand Land Care Trust and ourselves and DOC come together every 3 months to talk about what the needs are, what each of us are doing, who can support what. So over the next couple of months, collaboratively, we're supporting 4 groups to have some open days. With the idea then the invitation will go out to volunteers from other groups to come and see what's happening at Mo's, for example, or Western Bay Wildlife Trust, and so to just try and drive that sort of interconnection across groups, and also give a well done and a sort of celebration of the efforts of those groups. So that's something that we're working together as multiple agencies. So volunteer trends and what are we seeing? I think we really do need to reflect on the fact that life is really hard right now for many reasons, and all we're seeing is cost of living crisis, so many things for people to contend with right now. And I'm sure that that will have an impact on the ability for people to volunteer, particularly in the age band where people are needing to put food on the table and roofs over families. So I think something for us to reflect on as having a potentially an impact on the ability for volunteering. Aging volunteers is a common thing that we still hear, especially from long-standing groups. Myself and Emma went to visit Whitehall Landcare Trust on Friday night. They've been running for 15 years. They're considering becoming a member, and pretty much everyone that sat around that living room have been involved in that project for 15 years. And they're kind of, really now starting to think, how do we hand this mantle over? How do we have other people come on board? So that's definitely a very sort of true concern. Governance, certainly seeing that as key governance people are stepping out, some groups are finding it quite hard to plug those gaps, particularly the chair position, and especially where you've had some quite strong characters. There are some strong characters in the conservation space, and some of them are wanting to step back, and it can be quite challenging to fill those roles. And the compliance space, as I sort of touched on previously, for volunteers, filling out things like toxin application processes is quite overwhelming. So I think having the support of organisations like BCA is definitely lightening the load on that. Funding sustainability is something that really varies across groups. So some groups feel really comfortable with the funds that they've got coming in, and others have quite big picture aspirations that they're really chasing and aspiring to additional funding. And I just thought I would note Jobs for Nature, because Jobs for Nature, while it was slow to get going, I think has started to realise some really awesome outcomes, not just in the Bay, but across the country. But of course, most of those projects were funded for between 3-5 years, if you were lucky, as we were with the cadet programme in receiving 5 years of funding. But that means that a number of those projects are going to be coming to a close in terms of funding very soon. And that was a one-off input, which has been a fantastic one-off injection into the environment. But we really need to be thinking about where to from here when those funds come to an end. And for types of projects that have been set up around weed control or pest control, as you know, as soon as you finish, the problem comes back very quickly, and all that investment ultimately would be a waste. So I would imagine through your next LTP, there may be projects or other things that will be looking for some longer term sustainability as Jobs for Nature funding ceases. Volunteer opportunities. So for us, we've been very much about trying to connect some professional paid support to volunteers, because I think that's a key way that we can lighten the load on the day-to-day activity of volunteers. And I've sort of provided some examples. Another example I'll give is for Otaniwanuku Kiwi Trust, quite a long-standing group, has got a lot of volunteers compared to others. But has been very staunch about, we don't want to employ anybody, take on those legal responsibilities. We want it to be volunteer-led, but are really starting to struggle with some of the big picture processes. So they're currently looking at another co-carco translocation. Translocations now have a huge amount of additional steps to go through, and in particular engagement with iwi, rightly so, around having that endorsement from your local hapu as the receiving site, and also from where you are seeking the birds to come from. So last year we encouraged Otaniwanuku through our support to get them some tech funding to create a paid coordinator to actually do some of the administration around that that co-cargo translocation. And actually the first 2 years is probably going to be pretty much all of that time focused on the engagement side of things. And Aotearoa Manuka are now saying, wow, thank goodness we have this paid capability, because it's lightening the load on the governance committee and the ops team, who are all volunteers, to not have to be leading all of that. So they're steering it, but they're not doing all the day-to-day stuff. So I think where we can identify opportunities like that, where there are some really great outcomes to be achieved, that's what we need to be doing. I think an opportunity is the fact that, you know, generally there's increased awareness in our communities now around environmental issues. And so how can we harness that, draw them in some way, whether that be through investments, whether it be volunteer time. We're seeing a real desire to grow cultural awareness and capability within our groups as well. And I think that's a great opportunity for us to continue sort of looking at how we can support and grow. And also looking at new volunteer pools, whether that be corporates, students getting on board, or we've started to think more recently about migrants, and started to sort of realise that sometimes you need to understand what barriers might exist in order to help break those down and open a pathway for volunteers. So we have been having some conversations with multicultural tauranga about how could we maybe sort of engage with migrants to see what interest there is. And interestingly, we learned that, well, a lot of our migrants, let's say, for example, from India, for them, a forest is actually a really scary place. And for where they come from, it's full of tigers, or so actually for them to go up to the Kaimai Mamakus, when they don't actually know what exists there, but for them culturally, it would be a scary place to go. So it's understanding that, and then perhaps providing, you know, some early starting points for some education to break down the barriers and look at ways in which we can engage more people. So I just really want to recognise the value of the Regional Council's investment in this area. I think, you know, it's a huge opportunity for you to build positive community relationships. And I think the groups really value the role that you play as a regional council. A great opportunity to empower those local communities to achieve environmental outcomes. And as we know, we need to keep growing that. And it's helping you deliver on some of your community outcomes. And I think your investment provides an opportunity to leverage additional funds. So as I said, the work that we're doing with the likes of Tecton Bay Trust, they look at what are the other funding inputs into projects. And when they see other funders such as yourselves, then it provides a much greater opportunity to leverage funds. So the kind of saying, money sometimes attracts money. So yeah, that certainly provides an opportunity. So I just say, let's keep going, and thank you very much for the significant role that you play. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Councillor Clark.
Absolutely. Do I have to declare an interest being a member of BCA? Hey, I actually thank you for your presentation, you know, and if you look at the context of today's meetings around pest control and stuff, I think there are a lot of unexplored avenues where BCA could provide great value to the regional council and vice versa. I mean, in a simplistic, unthought out pattern, imagine 11 volunteers to qualify for it must oblige to do 5 days on woolly nightshade after they've got their certificates in exchange for, you know, a few K from the regional council. I mean, those things could be worked in as a self-funding, mutually beneficial thing. The other thing that I'd like, if you wouldn't mind, I think you're on your 4th intake now, is that right?
We're about to start a 6th intake.
6th intake. Do you have any feedback, the results from your previous cadets that have gone to where they've finished up in the structure? I mean, is the environment getting the benefit from the investment from where these people finish up, either voluntary or in paid terms? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I think we were quite concerned at the beginning whether, you know, cadets were going to realise a pathway into the conservation sector, but we're really pleasantly surprised. So I would say a good 70% of cadets leaving us are landing environmental conservation type roles. We're starting to see some really lovely stories. We obviously play, you know, a small part in that journey, spending 12 weeks with us. But the types of roles that cadets have gone into is ranger at Maunganui, back to the Hapu to lead Hapu-led projects. MPI, was just with an ex-cadet at the Flats Roots meeting this morning who's now working for NZ Landcare Trust. One went to Enviro Hub, some have gone to DOC, some have gone to Auckland Zoo, some are doing contract work around fish passage monitoring. So there's quite an array of roles that cadets have gone on to do. So we're really pleased to see the pathway seems to be realising some good employment outcomes.
Chairman Lee.
Thanks, Michelle. A very good presentation. I think the ones that stood out were the challenges and the opportunities, the previous, before the last two. I was going to ask the question, how are you getting on with placing these cadets? Because I know it was an issue in their first 1 or 2 intakes. The second question is, and this is where I think BCA has got a role to be the facilitator, because as you said in your challenges up there, a significant number of the people that we use as volunteers are self-employed. They've had probably a rural background, and what I'm seeing is that the compliance issues, which essentially says, well, you can't do this until you've achieved this, they say, do you want the job done or do you not? And they'd rather scoop and not be engaged as opposed to someone else doing all that compliance stuff, and they just do the job. So I think that's going to be a real challenge for you because it's a generational thing. But I know that that's happening on some of these care groups.
I think she's agreeing with you.
I am, yes, yeah. I mean, I think it's a real challenge is the compliance side of things. And so I think even just having my team as a sounding board for some of those groups, and then some of those tasks we can take on for them, or we can support their capability to grow, or where we're hearing commonality, then it's certainly conversations about how we can maybe change the system. Which doesn't always happen quickly, but it's being an advocate in the room for it.
Councillor Neves, final question.
Oh, not a question, just congratulations. I think today we've seen some amazing new models of the way we can all work together and collaborate, and I think your progress and what you're delivering is another such great example, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neves. You'd be more than happy to move the resolution on page 238, moved by Councillor Neves, seconded by Mr. Brunning. I'll put that, no further questions. I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion is carried. Thank you, Graham. That was stunning in terms of providing us with the numbers that we've inputted in, and what's the word? Return on investment. I don't want to put people down as a return on investment, but it just gives us confidence to go forward and do this more often.
Just briefly, if we paid those 43 volunteers at the rate we pay our council staff, would be about $4.5 million out of pocket. So
I didn't want to bring that in, Councillor Clark.
Put the application in for a bit more, but you're a proven deliverer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion has been moved and seconded and carried. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you. Moving on to page 250. This is the customer service performance, and we've got Rachel Burgess. Hello, Rachel. Moved by Councillor Chairman Leader. Any further? Seconded by Councillor Crosby. Rachel, just your performance report.
Yep, so previous reports we've been largely focused on the improvement implementations that we've made, but we're quite a few years down the track now, and we've got some good data that we can monitor and measure, and those are showing some real tangible results. So as described in the report, we're seeing an 11% increase in customer satisfaction levels in the last 6 months. And also of particular note was that Regional Council were ranked second out of 80 councils in a recent Elgin customer experience.
Who was top?
Award, Ashburton District Council. just missed out by we just missed out by only 3 points behind Ashburton, so we were very close. So that it really reflects the great effort that the team have made in this space to deliver a higher standard of service, and it certainly puts us in really good stead as we.
And I note on page 253 that the increase in the phone line stats for rates. So is that going well in terms of our rollout of our new rate demands and the feedback we're getting from that?
Yes, absolutely. The rates rollout is going really well. We've had about 7,000 customer inquiries, and we've also had signed up 20,000 people to direct debits.
20,000?
20,000.
Wow.
So that
that's
represents about half of what TLAs have at the moment. So for us to achieve that in 3 months is pretty well done. It really comes down to the comprehensive communication campaign that we have out there in the community. It's been really well received.
Cool. Any further questions to Rachel on this? Being moved. Councillor White, you're on mute. You're on mute. Titaru, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry for that. Just in terms of your customer satisfaction results, satisfied versus dissatisfied, do you have any sense of where you want to be? Obviously, you want to be as high as you possibly can. I'm used to seeing. Yeah. Well, I'm used to seeing satisfaction rates compared against what a target might be.
Yes, through the chair. Councillor White, the difficulty that we have often is getting more people to respond to our satisfaction. So at the moment, it's only about 6% of people actually respond. And quite often it reflects some of those unsavoury issues that we have in the community that people want to tell us their thoughts on. So absolutely, we want to lift those levels. I think at the moment, overall, we're sitting around sort of 80%, give or take. Absolutely, we'd like to be up in the 90s for customer satisfaction.
That's a pretty low response rate. I guess it could be expected, but what did you say, 6%?
Only 6% of people respond to our email requests for a satisfaction survey, which is quite disappointing, and it's really difficult to try and lift that. So other people that do it, like supermarkets, for example, offer vouchers and all of those types of incentives to get people to respond. So, we're going to have to be a little bit more creative around how we get that feedback.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It just puts into perspective these percentages are based on a very low response rate. But look, nevertheless, we're on the right track. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Rachel. There's a resolution's been moved and seconded on customer service performance. I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, motion is carried. Thank you, Rachel. Keep up the good work.
No problem. We're well into release of invoices from last week and
so Eastern Bay's gone out.
Eastern Bay has gone out. Rotorua tomorrow, as well as Taupo, Western Bay early next week, and then Tauranga City Council following that.
Cool. Thank you for that.
So, thank you.
Moving on to page 264. So this is the Environmental Code of Practice for Rivers and Drainage Maintenance Activities 2022 Annual Review. Kirsty, welcome along. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. So I'm covering for Bruce Craig today, who is unavailable. So just referring you to page 264 in your agendas. This is the 21-22 annual report of operational activities as required under the Environmental Code of Practice for maintenance activities. The report includes the number and types of operational works undertaken, as well as the number of complaints received and their corrective actions. I'd like to take the report as read and answer any questions. Thanks.
Phyllis, any questions?
Oh, not a question, Chair, but a commentary. The interface between the people who do this work and our customers, essentially in the rural area, is absolutely critical. And we've got some really long tenure, high-performing individuals who just want to get out there and do the mahi. Are you satisfied we've got a new group coming through? And I'm referring to the likes of Ricky Nebel who's been there for a long time, a lot of institutional knowledge. Have we got a new group that we're trying to recruit, or are we finding that a bit difficult in the current circumstances?
Through you, Mr. Chair, succession planning is definitely something we do think about. And there are situations where we've done cadetships, and the team are continuing to look at other ways to develop current staff's skill levels for when retirements occur.
Councillor White, then Councillor Neves. Councillor White.
Yeah, the 55 Hapu and Iwi management plan sounds like a lot, but any idea of what the target number might be, or how many are not submitting into these plans? Any answer?
Apologies, Councillor White. I'm not sure. I can check that out for you and get back to you.
Okay, it's just that I just to get an idea of the bigger picture and how many of these plans are coming forward from Hapu and Iwi.
Okay.
Councillor Neves.
Thank you. I must have been asleep at the wheel because I can't recall seeing a report like this before. Can you give me some indication of the trends that we're seeing from annual report to annual report for the environmental code of practice?
I can take that one. Yes, there was a report about this time last year on the same topic, and I recall because I think I was sitting up there with Bruce presenting it, and it's really primarily about making sure that there is a feedback loop back to this table from our operational teams, and that's why we report on primarily the number of complaints we have and how they're resolved, because that's a really good indicator of where things perhaps aren't going as well as they could be. My recollection, and I'd have to go back and look at the previous report, but my recollection there were quite a long list of complaints last time, whereas this time there are a lot fewer. So that's not very scientific, and I apologise for that, but that would be my gut feel of how things are going. They're pretty good. I think Councillor Leader raises a very good point and probably put Kirsty on the spot there. I know that Bruce has a very good, a well thought through succession plan. Putting it in practice is another thing though. So that's the problem we have at the moment, is finding the right people. People are in hot demand at the moment and they have options. And you know, they don't always choose to come and work for us, unfortunately. So, but we are trying.
Through the chair, can I provide some support to that? I mean, having for the last 6 years, Chair, I've been a major part of the Rivers and Drainage Advisory Group. I mean, I just compliment on the culture that exists in there, how reactive it is, and and the goodwill that the Rivers and Drainage folk do create in general around the community, because when they don't, I get rung up. You know, I'm the bloke that's got to go and hear the pitch, and really most of the situations are dealt with. I mean, if I do have one word of caution, and I'll refer to that a bit later, is try not to let politics get involved too heavily with the rivers and drainage operations at an operational level, and that will go where it will. But yeah, well done, team.
Thank you. So there's a report, there's a resolution on page 264 that we received the environmental COP for rivers and drainage maintenance activities for 2022 annual review. Would somebody like to move? Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Brunning. Any further discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Motion is carried. Thank you for that. Moving on to implementation of the Flood Protection Drainage Bylaw 2020. Again, Kirsty, you're leading this, and did I see Paula in the background as well? Welcome along. No? Paula, come up. Paula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining me at the front desk today is Hemi Barsdell.
Oh, Hemi.
Hemi is our asset management specialist who's leading the iwi hapu management plans.
Yep.
Also joining me is Paula Chapman, who is project managing the SOS project.
Welcome along, team.
Apologies, I've got a presentation. I'll just call it up.
Yes, please. Oh, right, Rachel. Someone at the front.
So this report provides an update on activities and performance in implementing the bylaws since it became operative in the 1st of February. It also provides an update or an overview on the Safeguarding Our Stopbacks project, which we often refer to as the SOS project. So I'd like to take the report as read and continue with a bit of a presentation.
Yes, please. Then there'll be some questions.
So the flood protection and drainage bylaws is our key legislative tool to safeguard and regulate flood protection and drainage assets from damage and misuse. It's been in place since 2002, and every 10 years we're required to carry out a review of the bylaws under the Local Government Act to ensure that it remains fit for purpose, it's informed with latest data, accounts for recent flood events, and accounts for issues like climate change, projections, and changes in land use. The 2020 bylaw review brought about a number of changes. The bylaw applicable areas were extended. For example, the Rangataiki River bylaw applicable area number 3 increased from 150 metres to 200. For rivers like the Waiweka, Otara and the Whakatane rivers, this increased from 20 metres to 40 metres. The bylaws also introduced bylaw authority management plans. This is where landowners, TLAs, industry who would be required to obtain multiple bylaw authorities can have the opportunity to co-design bylaw authority management plans. It also implemented iwi hapu authority management plans, where cultural practices and wāhi tapu sites within the bylaw applicable areas, hapu and iwi have the opportunity to also put in place an authority management plan. The bylaws also incorporated the development of fencing and ploughing rules for the lower Kaituna, Rangataiki and Tarawera areas. The consultation for the bylaws 2020 review was undertaken in 2 parts. The informal consultation was a round of meetings, workshops, drop-in sessions, radio, newspaper and social media. From the informal consultation, we then informed the conditions of the bylaws. The formal consultative process was the special consultative process under the Local Government Act. And as we were about to enter our first lockdown under COVID-19, the decision was made at Council that due to the essential service the flood protection assets provide, that we would continue on, but for the consultation to be web-based. So the days before lockdown commenced, letters were sent to all affected landowners within the bylaw applicable areas where the bylaws would apply to their property. The letters outlined key changes, where to find information and how to be involved. Post-adoption, we have implemented a number of initiatives to communicate and educate around the bylaws. Some of these include online query and pre-application advice process, some explainer videos. We also have now an online interactive mapping tool where interested people can type in their property address and search whether they are within that bylaw applicable area. There's also been information flyers and brochures and supplying of the bylaws geospatial layer. I'm now going to hand over to Henny Barsdell, who has been leading the Iwi Hapu Bylaw Authority Management Plan work.
Welcome along, Hemi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, councillors. Yeah, Hemi Barsdell tōku ingoa. Thank you for this opportunity. So, yeah, I've been leading the implementation of the bylaws as far as it relates to 12.2.1 Iwi Hapu management plans. This work started in 2021. We've made pretty good progress, although albeit fairly slow, but I guess that's indicative of the sensitivities around some of these locations and these activities. So we've just been trying to take an approach which is sustainable from a relationship perspective and cognizant of the risk level. So early on we identified 10 marae as priority for engagement, and kokohino quite clearly is the number one risk from that. I think you guys are conscious of the fact that that was raised through the bylaw renewal process. It's shown there on the screen. You may be familiar with the site. The Urupa is right at the base of the stop bank. So there's inherent risks to the stop bank and the Urupa there. So because we were starting off on the back foot to a large extent, we've taken our time to nurture the relationship with Te Pahipoto Hapu and all of the Hapu in that Lower Rangataiki area. So that's taken time. There's several months involved working with Turunanga o Ngāti We've had a couple of COVID outbreaks. We've had staff changes at Turunanga o Ngāti and things have just happened quite slowly, but yeah, I think overall progress is positive. There's good dialogue. We've got good sort of general rapport now. We've had geotech testing done, and that's all tracking quite well. The intent is to have an agreed authority management plan in place there prior to February 2023, but that again is dependent on how that plays out with the Hapu there. I guess to back up for that situation is if we get to that point and we are unable to agree a management plan, we may just correspond in writing to sort of declare the risk and what we perceive some good mitigation options to be. So yeah, that's been a delicate one, but it's tracking well. Outside of that, we've got engagement going with other Hapu, the other 9 Hapu, but none of those locations are of a similar risk to this one. We're still kind of going through that process of looking at that risk and quantifying that risk with our bylaws engineer and with the Hapu on site. So that sort of rounds up what we've been up to, sort of moving forward. The opportunity to co-design management plans exists for the term of the bylaws. So I think we intend to continue working in that proactive space with Hapu and Iwi.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, Henny, in the process of this.
Hold on. Have you finished your presentation? We'll come back to questions at the end, Mr. Clark. Just carry on with your presentation, please, Kirsty.
Moving on to safeguarding our stop bank project. The purpose of the project is to resolve encroaching land use that's impacting the integrity of flood protection assets and also restricting access to carry out maintenance and inspections on flood protection assets. It involves the removal of encroaching structures, trees, tree roots, and other garden structures, and remediation and repair of the stop bank asset. It's key to note that it's not relying on the bylaws, and it is driven from the Rangitaki River Scheme Review recommendations, as well as the asset performance and condition assessments that we have undertaken since the April 2017 flood event. Following the April event, we've undertaken a full condition assessment of our stock banking network, which is approximately 400 kilometres across our 4 schemes. We have also undertaken a performance assessment. So performance is different from the visual inspections that we undertake with a condition assessment. Performance is a whole picture analysis. It looks at levels of service, design of the stock bank, geology of the land, and condition. And from that, we get a rating whether the stock bank or other asset would perform when required. So this map here is from our Rivers and Drainage Assets Management Plan, and it shows you the critical asset for the Whakatane Tauranga River Scheme. So the scheme has approximately 90 plus kilometres of stock bank, but 13 kilometres of that is identified as a critical asset. So what we mean by a critical asset is that there's a low probability of failure, but a high consequence if it does. So this, there we go. So this map here provides the performance ratings that has come out of that work that we've done. So the blue shows that there is a medium risk, yellow is high, and there's 2 dots of red, which shows very high risk.
Of failing.
Of not performing to that design level.
Okay, not performing.
Yes. So overall, although 96% of that critical asset was in a good condition, over 54% was in that sort of high to medium to very high risk that it would not perform during a design event. And that was mainly due down to unauthorised structures and plantings into the stock bank. So this performance assessment initiated our SOS project. It is a multi-stage project with the first year, 1920, a lot of planning and scoping was involved. And this included getting technical geotech advice from an arborist, archaeologist, as well as obtaining legal and policy advice. Stage 1 commenced last summer, the physical works, which involves 17 properties along Henderson Street and Ferry Road. Stage 2 is now underway and involves 20 properties along Henderson Street and Maunganui Crescent, with works to commence October 2022. The picture included in this slide shows you the situation we're looking at with the 20 properties along Henderson Street. So we see a stock bank with no encroachments, covered in good healthy grass, and the neighbouring property covered in plantings and retaining wall structures. And just to note that this is a mild situation compared to others we are working on. So stages 3 and 4 are scheduled for 23 and 24 and 24-25, and this includes the Riverside Drive area. Geotechnical soil sampling would be carried out along that stretch this summer. So a number of residents along Riverside Drive have formed a lobby group to collectively represent their interests and concerns. And they have raised a number of concerns, including lack of awareness of the bylaws and the review consultation process, inconsistency with the district plan, structures established with the district plan or building act permits, how councillors manage the stock bank in the past and at present, the desire of residents for their ongoing use of that stock bank land, and the legalities around the bylaws. It is key to note that both council and the residents are in agreement that they want to protect the integrity of that stock bank. So next steps outlined in the agenda report. Staff are to continue to work closely with the Riverside Drive residents and respond to any of their queries and information requests. One of the key things that has come out of the SOS project is the lack of understanding around the bylaws. So we're going to implement some improvements for ongoing education and communication. And the first section of the report covered implementation of the bylaws program, which will continue. So that's the end of my presentation, and just open for questions.
Thank you, Kirsty. And before I open the floor, Rachel, welcome along. So, question from me, and it's the legality of the bylaw tool that we used, because it was considered ultra vires in terms of LGA, RMA. Can you just assure this group that it was the correct tool, the right tool, and it was the most important tool to use in terms of the legality across private land?
Thank you and good afternoon. Through the chair, yes, I can assure you that the bylaw is intra vires, so it is within the council's power, and it is the most appropriate tool to use. The first point I'd make is that the Local Government Act actually specifically provides regional councils with the power to make bylaws to manage flood protection assets. It's a very common tool that's utilised throughout the country, so almost every regional council, if not every regional council, has a bylaw that takes a similar approach to what we've taken. There are, as I've said, numerous flood protection bylaws, and they do regulate activities on private land. So it is within the scope of the legislative powers. The other point that I'd make is that the statement of proposal for the bylaws, which we're required to prepare under the Local Government Act, specifically canvass the appropriateness of the bylaw as a tool, as required under the LGA. Some of the key reasons that were included in that statement of proposal were that there's more flexibility in a bylaw scenario than there is potentially under district and regional plans, so RMA plans, where you have to go through detailed resource consent processes, think about notifying affected parties and whatnot. And also the difficulty of changing those plans. So that was something specifically considered in the statement of proposal. And they also considered kind of strategy or collective agreements, so a non-statutory, non-regulatory tool, but concluded that in this instance, given the importance of the assets and what we're trying to protect and the risks faced by not just the adjacent landowners, but the wider community, we needed enforcement regulatory tools as a backstop. So yes, I'm comfortable with the legality of the bylaw and that it's an appropriate tool.
Okay, thank you for that. So I've got questions from Councillor Clark, Von Devilson, and then Crosby. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, first I apologise for butting in. Kokahida's actually got a bit of family history with us. I've got a number of my school buddies buried there. And my mother was brought up just around the corner from there. So it's, the integrity of that rural part is actually particularly special. But yeah, what's the general comment about where we go and in almost a legal sense? Would there be compromises made there to maintain that rural power that would potentially cause the council engineering liability should there be a failure?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Kirsten might want to add to this, but Yeah, I guess that's what we're looking at the moment with the geotechnical work that's going on to quantify the risk, the soil profile, and to inform whatever engineering options might be available.
Councillor Von Danielson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I did chair this bylaw, and we were very concerned with that particular urupā. Just to let councillors know that weren't on that hearing, Edgecombe is quite unusual in that there was the major earthquake where land moved up and down, and that urupā was originally on high ground and has ended up being a bit compromised. So we made a determination to allow our staff to negotiate around the implementation, the timing of making sure that we mitigated the risk. So that's why I was very keen to see where we'd got to. My concern long term is we were never saying they can't bury their dead there, they just have to mitigate it as you do if you put, just to let those know, if you want to put kiwi fruit poles in that within that 200 metre zone, you would have to put the likes of asphalt, what do you call it? Well,
Filter collars?
Yeah, filter collars around the posts. And maybe, I don't know what the answer is for urupā, but maybe you have to put some lining at the base of where they're buried. So they don't, and the reason that we were really concerned about that was right at the time as we were doing our deliberations in Wairua, south of Gisborne, there was an urupā that actually, the bank of the river collapsed and bodies did actually, a couple of bodies went down the river, and that's the last thing we want for our communities here. So we're really sensitive to this, and we thank staff for the work you're doing, but please recognise the urgency because we don't know when the next flood comes. I remember in 2004 when the flood came, and at about 150 metres out from the stop bank, suddenly there was a huge cascade of water in the air, and I saw it myself in person in 2004. I think it was 204 or 207, and it was right in the middle of a field, and the water had come underground, found a weak spot and shot up, and that was our concern. So thank you for, but please make sure that our communities are aware of the risk, and I'm sure you are. The second point with regard to the Riverside and Henderson Street at Wakatani, actually, our committee weren't showing that, but that is an obvious risk. And again, it's not going to be an easy one to I mean, you can tell them they have to mitigate, or repair it, but we need our community's buy-in. So I urge staff to really work out a really good communication strategy. I know we had COVID, so you've gone through a really tough time because that was the peak of COVID when we did that hearing, and it was a really tough time to communicate effectively because there was so much other things going on. But it is really important that we actually have to be firm but fair, and it's going to take a lot of skill in communicating. And I would just my personal view is we should not undersell the need for substantive and really top-notch communication for that issue in Wakatani, in my view, because it will be critical. It's a bit like Matatā, and it won't be critical unless something happens. And we've seen a fair bit of rough weather in the last few weeks to know that things can happen unexpectedly. And the last thing we want is our communities to be endangered, or property endangered, or life endangered. So there is urgency, but it is going to take, and it might need our council to think about some emergency funding for communication to make sure we have that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davison, Councillor Crosby, Nees, and then McDonald. Councillor Crosby.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick things. The recently released National Adaptation Plan has quite a major section with regard to marae and urapa, but don't wait for that. That'll be some time away. But when I was listening to your report with regard to the residents and lobby groups on those two streets, it was an exact parallel to June Care when we started to implement that in terms of encroachment. Exactly the same thing. And I support what Councillor Andrews said. That's a journey of communication in the main instance, and it would be good to get the community to a point where they actually become champions of that space. They take ownership of it, and that's what's happened with June Care. And it took a little while, but it did turn around the actions that the community took and their understanding mainly. It was a complete 180 from saying, well, I can throw my brass clippings on the dune, it'll be good for it, to say, no way, the dunes are the dunes. And it was exact parallel conversation, with the stop ban. So I do support, if you need extra resource in that engagement, it's absolutely critical. It's probably more critical, I think, on the stop ban than it is in the June Care in terms of timing. So you're well done.
Councillor Nees, then McDonald. Councillor Nees.
Thank you. Just a clarification. You've in the presentation, there's a diagram with Riverside Drive residents groups, and the orange circles that you've got there, they're examples of where you've got structures that are partially on private land, partially on public land, and they've been consented or have got building permits. Is that right? Or are some of those not permitted?
Yes, that's correct.
So they are permitted?
No.
Oh, some are, some aren't. So if we were to seek removal, we can only get them to seek removal of the portion that's on the public land. It's just which trumps which. Does the bylaw trump the permit if it's on public land?
I'd hand over to Paula Chapman. She will be able to respond to that question.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Just in terms of those two, Mr. Chair, through those two examples, one has bylaw authority and is permitted, and we're already working with that property owner in terms of just sort of assessing what can happen there. The other one has a building permit, but no bylaw authority. We haven't had a chance to work with that property owner yet, but we will as we sort of move through that process.
But are you saying that we have some structures that are not permitted and don't have authority that we would be wanting to remove?
There's a number of structures that are on council land, things like garden sheds, pergolas, playhouses, all sorts of things that are on council land that are not permitted and they don't have bylaw authority. And we'll be working closely with property owners to have those removed or relocated onto their sites.
Councillor McDonald.
Kia ora. My question is to Hemi. Hemi, I'm just taking on board the work you're doing in the hapu management plan preparation, and I guess the challenges that lie therein. And I'm also conscious that Councillor Iti is not present at this meeting. However, I guess what I'm going to suggest is that the Māori councillors offer their support to having those conversations with the hapu iwi of Te Teko. And I'm sure that can be a further conversation when Toi is present, who I understand also sat on the bylaws hearing. So
yes, he did.
Good. So, I guess I'm just offering support for the work that you're doing, and maybe even look at Komiti Māori having one of its marae meetings at Te Teko.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Very good offer, and Hemi's nodding his head yes, he will take up that offer of yours and Te Taru and Toy's assistance to him in his work in terms of those other, or the other 9 hapu and iwi to come on board. Next question from Councillor Leader and then White. Councillor Leader.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Firstly, where did you get to with the lady who supposedly had a 99-year lease, an extended lease in terms of occupancy of the stock bank? Secondly, Shari, could you bring up the pictorial with all the houses in it? And the question I'm going to ask our colleagues from engineering is, if there was a breach, no, the wider one. Oh, it's in your presentation. Firstly, the wider one that shows the whole
river bank with the red
next one. So for those that don't know, if you look at the bottom of the screen there, yellow portion at the lower bottom is what they refer to as Trident High School. So for engineering people, if there was a breach there, where would the inundation be, which is essentially the levels of the platform of the ground, you know? I mean, as an example, is it King Street or is it further back than King Street? I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's important in terms of risk. And whilst you're talking about that, the other thing that I think you need to seriously consider, which was raised by the residents, is the management of what I refer to as the berms. So that's all the land laying towards the river, because there's a big portion of land there that you have contracted out to a third party to essentially do a cut and carry. One of the rationales for the residents in terms of putting fences where they are, which was, that's what the regional council let us do, is that the intrusion from third parties to invade their privacy, dirt bike riders ripping along the top of the stock bank, is not something that we want to see happen. So I think there needs to be some expectation and security around what is the access for general public, which it is general public land, to that facility, so that the privacy of those occupants doesn't become, you know, every mum and dad or motorbike rider riding along there and every Saturday and Sunday. So, but at the end of the day, I think we have to recognise that, and I used the similar analogy, this is a bit like people occupying a paper road in a rural setting, whereby people occupy the paper road either whole or in part, they look after it, but they know that it's not their legal title. So I think I agree with the comments being made. This is about communication, and we probably didn't do it that well from the outset. And I've had the discussion with you, Kirsty, about IT or, you know, social media, and you've got to be done. It's got to be done with empathy. But I do think that whole issue of how we're going to manage the asset is really important.
Could I just shed some light on this? Going back to my time in WDC, when they put along what they call the Warren Cole Walkway, and exactly that thing, all the residents' arguments about lack of privacy and stuff all welled up. There was a lot of opposition, and within 18 months of the completion of the project, it had all died down and life was back to normal. And then we did baddies going along the stock bank. There were sneaky kids raiding their fruit trees. It's just something that's got to be worked through quietly. But I mean, the proof of the pudding is what happened. This is not the first time that's occurred in the river, Whakatane river banks.
The difference here, Councillor Clark, is that there's a large portion of land which we as a regional council have come to some management arrangement with a third party who does cut and carry.
Yeah, that's conceded, that's right.
And then Joe Public thinks that he can race their motorbikes on it. Kirsty, there's a few questions from Councillor Lee. Would the team like to answer them?
Sure, I think I might hand over to
Mr. Townsend.
Mr. Townsend to answer around the flooding.
Yes. Hi, mate.
Good afternoon, Councillor Winters and fellow councillors. First of all, we've got a few flood maps here, which is our breach analysis. So maybe if we circulate those.
Oh, okay.
And while those have been circulated, I'll just give a little bit of background. So in terms of our work we do with our rivers, unfortunately, I have to say that we have to allow for breaches from time to time. As you know, this council, we've had 2 breaches. One that Councillor Van Dellison was talking about in 2004, and of course the one in Edgecombe itself in 2017. So when we do our modelling, we pick locations where we think breaches could occur, and then we assess what the impact is should those breaches occur. So on the Whakatane River, there's 3 there that has been passed around. We've got about 8 that we've actually analysed. One of them's Trident that you got there, another one's Red Conway, so those are familiar. That's an old arm of the Whakatane River, which is where the Maris rugby club's rooms are. And then we've also got another one at if you look on that picture there, basically at the start of Riverside Drive, adjacent to where the northern part of the Aotearoa Lagoon comes out.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right, where are we up to? Councillor White, you had a question?
Yeah, just very quickly, for Hemi. I noticed that in July, more recently, you've engaged with Waititi Marae and Te Kuira Utuhina Marae, and of course, those are both Nongotaha and the Central Rotorua through the Utuhina stream, respectively, areas of keen interest of both Councillor Thurston and Winters. And I'm pleased to see you're making progress with Te Kuira Utuhina Marae. And I'm assuming that Waititi Marae are considering it, but aren't in many respects, hesitant to do so, because I know that they're actually quite cooperative in the Nongotaha situation. So I would encourage you to continue to pursue this, because they'll make very strong allies, because a number of the parties around that area are private landowners. And so I think getting the iwi on board, co-designing and co-creating would be a great thing to do, and hopefully will make your job a lot easier.
Thank you, Councillor White. And question from me, Mr. Townsend, is one of the residents of Riverside Drive, they talked about in the 2018 flood that when the Whakatane River mouth bar was breached and it just washed out, they could see the reduction and they could see the flood level going down very quickly. So the question from me, it's a bit like Edgecombe. Have we got our comms sorted with Matahina Dam in terms of when they release water? We've got a closed loop system for them. Have we got our comms sorted with Whakatane District Council in terms of breaching the bar to make sure that if and when that happens again, the bar opens up real quickly?
Yeah, so 2004, there was the time where it actually breached and there was a very noticeable drop in level.
Yep.
And since that time, there's been reconsented, and been basically a spit management plan was part of that consent. So that was obviously we put in for that, and so basically what happens now is in terms of the flood management team, as we change from one duty flood manager to next each month, an inspection of the spit is undertaken. And if we've got a management plan there, and if the trigger is reached where the build-up's getting too high, then we work with the Whakatane District Council, who has the consent to actually lower the spit. So that's been happening basically about this time every year, is what we've been finding. It reaches that threshold. And so so the spit can be up to an RL about 2 metres, and then we actually drop it down to RL 0.5. So basically high tides will come over the top of them and so forth.
So we physically dig it out?
Correct, yeah. And it's programmed into the excavators so that we get the exact profile that we're after. Example in 2017, as we were coming through to that the April flood, we went down there to monitor to make sure that the spit was going to be acting as designed. It was in the middle of the night, but we had a powerful spotlight. Really happy with the way that it performed. So we didn't get that. In 2004, as I said, there was a sudden failure of the spit, and all the water levels went down. This time it was a hell of a lot smoother, so very happy with it. We continue to work with the Whakatane District Council on obviously maintaining that spit to the required level. In the last year, we're actually on our third time this year to actually lower that split. It's probably worth just mentioning that a key part of that split is that if there's a low sea, so tide is out, then obviously it works the best because you've got that difference in the head level trying to drive it. If there's a storm surge out at sea and it's high tide, you think, you've got the split level of spring tide, it can be up to 2 metres.
Yeah.
So it ain't going to work in that situation. That obviously has to drop with tide and obviously the storm surge. So there are limitations.
Yeah. Yeah. But our comms are good with Whakatane District Council that we can press a button and we can physically remove it.
Correct. Yeah, they actually have got a management plan as far as communication is concerned. So they're working in with various interested parties, whether it be Hapu and DOC, etc. And so, yeah, they've certainly ramped up that communication.
Cool. Good to hear. Councillor Brunning.
Yeah, I think our bylaws and the works program is appropriate and fully support what staff are doing, and I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Brunning. There are no further questions?
Just what was the answer to the question about that lady with that
99-year lease? Negative.
Negative. Okay.
What? Kirsty?
Yes, that's correct. We've done some research in our records and WGC records, and we can't find anything. That...
Good try.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Brunning, seconded by Councillor Nees. The report on the Operations and Monitoring Committee. We received the report from the Environmental. No, that's not that one. That one. Received the report on the implementation of the Flood Protection and Drainage Bylaw of 2020. Brunning and Nees.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we shouldn't put just the second one that recommend to staff that if they do require additional funding for a communication strategy, that we take it to. I don't know how the wording goes. Do they need that, or can they within an existing budget?
I don't. Thank you, but I don't think we need that. We do have our communications expert in the background there. He's been listening. This is all recorded anyway, so it's it's obvious that we have your support and that we have a direction to communicate very, very well on this matter. So thanks for that direction.
Increase the comms, increase the education, but supportive of what you're doing. And because it was coming from that Riverside Drive group. We both want the same thing. Those stock banks, protection of those stock banks, paramount. We do not want to see that inundation that you've just flipped around now. That would be disastrous. Right. I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion is carried. Oh, what am I up to, Charlotte? Oh, River Scheme Sustainability. This is on page 290. Last one. Mr. Townsend. This is your baby again.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Yes, it is.
Caitlin, is it? Caitlin?
Joining me is Caitlin Multi, who's the senior project engineer and is the project manager for the RSS project.
Yep.
So I'll actually hand over, I'll go through the process, of course. I'll take the report as being read, and then we've got presentation, just a brief presentation, just to highlight a few things, and I'll hand over to Caitlin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just to recap, this project started about 9 years ago, and we are at a stage where we are in stage 4 of the project already. Just to recap, the project is looking at the long-term sustainability of our river and drainage schemes, and we are looking at reducing the flood risk in the Bay of Plenty while introducing environmentally and economically sustainable land use practices. I look at affordability, climate change, and we would like the community and EV to come along to this project and to this development of these long-term plans for our schemes. So we're looking at our 4 major river schemes. The Rangataki Tarawera was the one that we first started with, and we already developed the options for the scheme. In this year, we completed the stoneback construction and also engaged with Southern Generation about the Anafenua Dam. That's just a future option that we could possibly use. We're just starting the conversation, and also looked at the lower Rangataki catchment and the effects of saltwater intrusion that looks like are already happening due to climate change. In the Whakatane Tauranga catchment, we further carried out the optioneering that we presented last year and also started EV engagement. In the Waibeka Otara, that catchment we really started working on this year. We constructed the hydrological and hydraulic model for the catchment, calibrated the model, and ran the climate change scenarios through. So we got an understanding of the effects of climate change on the catchment, and that catchment is ready for looking at future options. We also started the engagement with Opotiki District Council and EV. With the Kaituna catchment, we are just preparing to be ready for optioneering. So the hydraulic model has been developed, calibrated, and we looked at the climate change scenarios, and also looking at the lower part of the Kaituna, the different subcatchments, like the Bell Road catchment and Tipuki, and looking at those areas to be modeled separately because it's quite a complex catchment. So just a few highlights. We looked at the Rangataki Tarawera catchment, the lower part, because we understand that with climate change, due to sea level rise, the groundwater levels will rise in a catchment. And as we know, it's a very low-lying area, and there is a possibility of saltwater intrusion from the sea getting into the groundwater, which will mean that certain areas of the lower catchment will not be suitable for farming practices anymore, in which case we need to consider whatever the protection that we provide today is something that we need to do in the future, or there will be alternative land use practices introduced in those areas. So we're looking at extending the current monitoring network and establishing an annual monitoring program to gain a better understanding of what's happening, and then provide future predictions of how the saltwater intrusion will change these areas. We're starting to work together with Whakatane District Council because they are asking similar questions. And we would like to work together with them here and also all the way to the Whakatane.
So Caitlin mentioned that we've obviously been developing a number of models, and I just wanted to highlight the extent of the models and how we can use them going forward as far as this project is concerned, particularly around looking at options and the effects of climate change. So the example I've got here is for the Waibeka River, and you can see there it's for the 1% AUP, which is our level of service. And as we go through time, and we represented time by average temperature increase, you can see that we go from that blue line through to that orange line, where we're sort of sitting at around about 2,000 cubics up to about 2,500 cubics. So roughly about a 25% increase over that temperature change range, which is roughly around 100 years. So we've got a couple of intermediary ones there. You can see 2 degrees and 3 degrees. And we can basically extrapolate or interpolate between those numbers to, for any point in time as to what the effects are going to be. Then we've also, of course, done it for sea level rise as well. So we've got the different figures there, where, as you can see, the change through a storm surge that I sort of talked about earlier, and obviously through the tide cycles as well. So you can see there's quite a change there. And of course, what does that mean? So if we've got more flow coming down and we've got higher tailwater levels, which is at the sea, what effect does that have on our assets? And so we can actually track through that time on all sorts of locations for our stock banks, and see if we were to carry on raising stock banks higher and higher, we can see how much higher we actually need to raise them. So that is our sort of base model. and then we can sort of work out what the effects of that are in terms of cost and effects on people, and can we actually construct it? And then we can use that when we look at our RSS options, utilising all that climate change information, and we can do a good comparison as to, is this the right path we should be heading down? The last slide we've got here is we just wanted to bring you up to date. You've probably seen this anyway, but the latest projections on sea level rise coming out of the Ministry of Environment are greater than the ones that we had back in 2017. So if we look at the yellow line there, and they've changed how they represent, so that was RCP, now it's SSPS, don't ask me what that is, SSP5, I can't actually remember, it's still catching up, but you can see there's an increase. Now, in terms of the work that we've been doing, and we've been using 2130 as the as our sort of projected time, so 100 years plus, we were sort of using a sea level rise of about 1.6, it's sort of sitting up closer to about 1.7. And then if you look at the grey line, which is the RCP 8.5 or SSP 5 8.5, we've been utilising a number of about 1.25, and it's sort of sitting at about 1.2. Now, the reason I'm pointing those out is that's not much of a change when we look at the uncertainty looking out into the future. So we are not proposing to change our models at this stage to reflect those changes. Okay, that's the end of our presentation. So yeah, obviously happy to answer questions.
Councillor Von Delson, Councillor Von Delson, and Councillor Clark.
Recognising what you've got there, but have you had a look at the Sea Rise research out of Victoria University, which is admittedly is a 5-year program, and they're in about year 3, which is showing the tectonic plate. So the land is actually rising right along our coastline. Have you taken that into account in these projections?
So these projections are at a national level, but in terms of our work, yes, we have taken into consideration the changes in tectonic levels, and I'm sure you're well aware that in some areas of the bay it is rising slightly higher. In other areas it's dropping down. In other areas it's dead flat. So yeah, there's not much of a change when you compare it to the sea level rise projections.
Yeah, the biggest one is storm effect. That's nobody disputes storm. Doesn't matter what the sea level rise. The storm effect will be the one that will catch us.
Councillor Clark, Nees, and then White.
Mark, serious question. In view of the Whakatane River sustainability plan, I'm really concerned about the lack of progress being made with iwi in the upper catchment of the Whakatane. Having visited that site 3 times in the last 4 months, to see significant debris accumulating up there, massive pampas growth on the site now. What I'd like from you is a reassurance as an engineer that the threat of that debris, logs and pampas poses no threat to public safety downstream of Ruatoki.
Certainly, Councillor Clark. So I'm sure you're well aware that in every flood event there's a fair amount of debris heads down the Whakatane River, and obviously we've got quite a good vantage point at near the heads, and we can see all of these things moving down. So in terms of safety, there's probably 2 primary areas that concern us. One, of course, is the bridge. So there's obviously a bit of debris catches in the piers in each flood event. So there is a management plan in place with Wakakatahi in terms of that bridge. And then the other aspect is, of course, all the boats that are moored in the Whakatane River itself or in the harbour. And we've got a plan there. There is a trigger level where we actually remove those boats basically out of harm's way.
Could be. I mean, you still didn't answer. The pampas accretion and that up in the upper reaches of the Whakatane River is huge. And my view is that if that moved under a major event, it would cause an enormous amount of OMS rafting in the river and possibly take out all 3 bridges.
Yeah, I'm a bit uncertain about whether that would actually occur, councillor. You know, it's not all likely to go at once, and it's likely to break up, obviously, with those flood flows that are you know, going through there. We've seen, as I said, we've seen a lot of debris come down in the past, massive, great big trees. So I'd be more concerned about the big trees than the pampas grass.
Councillor Nees, then White. Councillor Nees.
Oh, thank you. Concerning about the saltwater intrusion in the Ringataiki area, and I guess we can expect to see that in other coastal areas in the future. And I'm just thinking about a conversation that I had with Pim about the research that's been done with salt marshes, and that they might act as carbon sinks and therefore be a viable alternative for land that's impacted like this land is in this area. If it's reverted to a salt marsh wetland, it might actually bring in some income by way of carbon credits. It's just a thought that I had. But just about the Kaituna catchment scheme, I know that Kaituna catchment advisory group members are really concerned that their scheme is not delivering the level of service that they thought that they were being afforded because of the impact of urban stormwater and urban development in neighbouring areas. But I was very surprised to hear at an election meeting the other night that Western Bay councillors are concerned that the impact that the river scheme is having on the effectiveness of their stormwater network. And I just wonder if you've had conversations like that with the Western Bay staff, or is that just somebody that's perhaps got the wrong idea?
So we have a project. We've been working together with Western Bay of Plenty District Council with on the Te Puke stormwater. So we've been working together for the last 2 or 3 years now, and we looked at the time when the scheme was built in the 1990s, and we looked at 2020 and compared how much effect the urban stormwater has on our scheme. And we have identified areas that are affected by that additional flow that comes from the urban area. They carried out some climate change mapping now, so we're going to look at those maps as well and try and look at how it's going to affect us in the future. And then the conversation has to start with Western Bay of Council, Western Bay of Plenty District Council, how are we going to deal with this and who is going to pay for what needs to be done. But between staff, we are already been talking for the last 2-3 years.
Probably just to add to that, Councillor Nees, so I've been involved with in a few plan change hearings, one of them which is Washington Road and Te Puke there, and one of the views is that why are we detaining water on site for these increased flows, because that's taking away valuable development land, and you know, why isn't it just let run and then your regional council take care of, you know, that excessive flow or increase in flow. So obviously, you know, my job representing the rivers and drainage is obviously to talk about that. Hey, we're already oversubscribed. We've got this thing called climate change coming, and we don't want to be giving away our capacity, you know, for a development where they're going to get obviously some financial benefit out of it, and the rest of us have to pay it. So that's the sort of pushback that, you know, we're providing. And fortunately, at the hearing, you know, we got our message across.
Thank you. That makes sense of the comment for me. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Yeah, just looking at your sea level rise projections here, 0.6, you know, I mean, these numbers were bandied around in 2017, I know from your graph. And obviously there's been later scientific suggestions that could be happening in the next 10 to 20 years, not the next 50 years. And I'm assuming at some point we'll be making judgment calls about climate change adaptation around more of a conservative approach, or at least having a fallback position if things happen a lot faster. And I'm suggesting, just looking at your salt intrusion situation, where salt intrusion is coming in extending quite a way into the flat areas around the coast here, that salt intrusion should give you an idea of, okay, what is actually low-lying versus what is being uplifted. If it's actually intruding to that degree, then the combination of salt intrusion and will no doubt, I would assume, affect the projections here, because you're taking out a lot of low-lying flat land through salt intrusion because they're no longer useful for arable needs. If this continues, then I guess I'm just casting some real doubt around this 0.6 happening over the next, according to this graph, in the next 50 or so years. I obviously just exercising my own personal caution around how we read this, and then really have a close look at our climate change adaptation policies as we move forward. And that salt intrusion, to me, is a really significant marker.
Councillor White, you bring up a very good point there, and this is why we've sort of moved away from projections as far as years. You see the difference between this MOE graph and our ones where we're talking about average temperature increase. Because if the average temperature increase comes faster, then we need to have a plan in place for that temperature increase, not the year. And that's the whole basis of the options that we're looking at. It's all around temperature increase, so that if it does come faster, we've got a plan in place ready. So,
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Councillor White. No further questions? Right. There's a recommendation on page 290. We've received the report on the River Scheme Sustainability Update Report. Can I move it, please? Councillor Crosby, Councillor Clark seconds. Any further discussion? I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Raise your hand. Motion's carried. Thank you for that. Right. Consideration of items not on the agenda. There are none. That closes the meeting. Thank you all for your attendance, and members of the public who've been watching live streaming. That ends